Welcome to the Tiger's Den. I am Toothless Tiger, and this is our Tuesday. Let's give them something to talk about. I'm going to have to do a little ad-libbing because our guest is running a little late. We understand that she runs a farm and she has 4 beautiful babies. So she was headed home about 30 minutes ago, and I told her to just take her time, and I would just ad-lib until she got here. Being the mother of one child and then two, I do understand how you have to juggle. But being the mother of 4 babies, that's a little bit different. So we're going to excuse that time. But as she joined the stage, then of course I will add her to the stage. But I want to talk a little bit about her, what she stands for. And I'm asking everybody tonight, if you would, if you're not already subbed up to her channel, please go and sub up to her channel because we need her. She is truly one who is, she said her husband is sad because she's late, but it's going to be okay. We're going to be okay because we need to hear what I'm about to say. What this lady has done, is doing, and shall continue to do is life-changing for us as a people. As you know, my channel is all about building up us as a people and teaching us who we really are by our bloodline. And then we as individuals develop who we are as a person. We already have morals and values of some such of what we were taught from childhood or what we learned along the way. But we still have this yearning desire. It's kind of like a child that's been adopted and find out that they've been adopted. Some children have a yearning desire to know, who am I and where did I come from? Some children were so loved and cared for it makes no difference to them. But whatever the situation is, we as a people, we know that we're treated different. We know that people, for some reason, seem like all over the world hate us. And we're trying to figure this out. Why? What have we done that would make everybody dislike us? Well, when I went on my journey 9 years ago to find out who we were before we were slaves, I found out, and it's because of who we are. It's not because people are afraid of us because they think that we're going to do something to them. No, that's not the reason. It's because who we are. And if we continue to be who we are and learn who we really are, then they would have to go back into their place and we would take our rightful place. So what they did was stole our birthright and traded places with us. And many of people, once they found out the truth and tried to share it with us, came up missing or even gone. So this is something that when you decide to live in your purpose, you don't know what's going to happen, but you live in your purpose anyway. My daddy always taught me that if you was born to burn, you're not going to drown. So we don't know how we're going to go, but we do know that we're going to go. So what I would say is what Farmer Nancy is doing, she made history in the state. She's in Austin, Texas area, and that's Travis County. And she is the first urban farm owned by an Asiatic woman in 180 years. There is no way that she should not have 1,000 subscribers so that she can at least monetize. So if people don't want to give or can't give, then she can monetize her channel and she can do AdSense and make money that way. Because running a farm has to be very expensive, I'm sure. Just running a household cost me a good penny. So I could imagine a farm and a husband and children. So I think that we as a people, we love to come on here, we say for entertainment, but we look on YouTube for all other things too. If we want to learn how to do something, normally we go to YouTube. So if we want to learn how to plant and grow, we're going to go to Farmer Nancy and we want to go to her page. And I just say, if you have not subscribed to her, she needs about 300 individuals to subscribe to her to help her get at least to 1,000. And once you get over 1,000, then you can monetize. And I'm all about building up and not tearing down. And yeah, I like to go and look at the bullshit and laugh and have fun. I really do. But I also like to build. And so I have to come back and study and then come before you guys with why I came here in the beginning. And that is to just give you tools to start studying for yourself. I don't have the answers for you, because when you learn that it was our ancestors that set the law into place, and I'm not talking about ordinances or penal codes or black codes or U.S. codes. I'm talking about the common law, which is, if I don't harm you and you don't harm me, then no harm is done. That's the common law and the law of the land. All other law is man-made, and it's called de facto. And a lot of times we get caught up in situations because we are ruled by fear. Although we hear each other say, I fear no man but God. Well, you might ought to define God. Because in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God. And when you understand that words are very important, and culture is in the language, whoever controls the words become God. So once you understand that, we believe, for those who believe in someone outside of you is going to take care of you, is going to save you, then you're sadly mistaken. And you could call me crazy, because I used to believe that same way. But I know from the history of my family, and on my dad's side, it's recorded back all the way to the 1700s. We have a book. On my mom's side, it's recorded back, but I don't believe it's that far back. But I can tell you, from that time, we're not going to even go back to ancient Kemet and all that. Just from that time to today, ain't shit changed for us as a people. We still don't own anything. We still can't own anything. Anything we want to own, we can't, because laws are set in place inside of laws to keep us from doing it. So what I'm trying to do is, again, just give you enough interest to spark a fire inside of you that would ask you to look inside of yourself. One moment, guys. To look inside of yourself and then start living your life. We say that we live our lives and we're grown ass men and grown ass women, but no, we're actually whatever they say we are. And we can say what we want to say. It does sound real good, but I guarantee you that chances are great we're lying, because we're told what to do by every measure. And I've shared this. And so when you hear me talk, you may get tired of me because I'll be saying the same thing over and over. I'm dropping the link, and I'm dropping it for Farmer Nancy. No one else. But you hear me say the same thing over and over. And it's just like the scripture. And it's just like anything. If I want to program you to a certain way of thinking or being, I'm going to say it over and over and over and over, so that you get it. And then you start subscribing to whatever it is that I'm saying. A lot of people, I have on my shirt today, and I have merchandise. This is called the Stack Deck Collection. And it's hot pink because my colors favorite are pink and black. I don't know if y'all can see this. But it says, if I'm playing the race card, then you're playing the other 53 stacked against me. And I thought it was appropriate to wear that today. I'm a person, I don't today believe in racism. That's something that's a social construct. It's actually called Christian hegemony. And hegemony is one group of people dominating another group. Okay, give me 1 minute, everybody. 1 minute. Hey. Okay, I was really trying to. Former Nancy is here, and I was trying to let her know I was finishing a thought, and then I was going to introduce her. But I didn't want her to feel like I was ignoring her, and I thought I could talk to her with cutting the mic off. But that didn't work. So she can hear me now, and I'll be bringing you up in a few minutes. But what I want to let you know, it's called hegemony, and it's one group dominating over another. And how do the few rule the many? You divide and you conquer. So they have us divided talking about racism when it has nothing to do with race. It's about class. Ask anybody that's not your race what it was like for them growing up if they didn't have money, and they would tell you the same story. We're also about a lot of socialism, and we like to spend the storylines. And so we have the camera now, and I can put something before you, and you would think that that's really what's happening and what's true. And I guarantee you it's some shit somebody made up. And if you just think I'm lying, just think back to any movie you've seen or the edits that are so excellently put together by Uncle Suge. You can see, and some of you guys are magnificent with editing, with beats, with words for songs. It's just so much talent. And that's what this platform was all about. I thought it was a way for us, another way for us to break through and make money. Everybody is not going to go to college. Everybody is not even interested in college. Most of us, when we go to college, all we get is a piece of paper and a big bill that we can't afford to pay because they won't even give us a job so that we can pay back the debt. But we have no debt. We are the heirs to the world's largest estate. And without us knowing that, and we certainly don't know how to tap into it, that's where research and learning who you are comes in. Doesn't mean you have to go and join an organization. Doesn't mean you have to dress like it is the year 12. You can go with your culture as much as you choose. But if law begins and ends with you, then you do it as an individual and you use your own thinking. You know, we've been programmed to think a lot of different ways, and that's unfortunate. But I'm going to get ready now to tell you all about this beautiful lady that is my guest. But before I do that, I'm going to say thank everybody for coming. Please like, share, and subscribe if you're not subscribed. Leave comment once it's over. I want to do my salutes and shout outs to L All Smiles, Marie S times 3, Wilma Flagstaff, Cassie V, M Mac, Tanae, Lazy Bone, A Powers, my niece, Bumper with the hands, Armando Black TV, Riding Dirty, Asatar, Ass. Just want to make sure that I acknowledge everybody that's here because I'm going to get ready to bring on Former Nancy. Let me tell you a little bit about this lady in case you don't know. I want you guys to meet Former Nancy that we really don't know a lot about. Cassandra Jerome Biggums, salute. She's a community-centered agriculturist, strong-minded, and outspoken leader, but most importantly, a motivated learner. And she said, a motivated learner. Nancy is passionate about family, agriculture, and community farming that benefits the health and the nutritional wellness of her neighbors. After experiencing the oppression of today's policies and laws that have eliminated, and I changed the word from black, because black is dead in the eyes of the law, it is Asiatic. And it's Asiatic because of the landmass. And what they did was separated us from the land, took us away from the common law, and gave us the law of admiralty and maritime, which puts us on the sea. And we're deemed as dead at sea. So when you hear me say Asiatic, that's what most people call themselves black. Okay. I just wanted to explain that. Eliminated Asiatic access to healthy foods. She has spearheaded the fight to see direct funding for Asiatic farmers in Austin, Texas. She believes their local governments have the funding to pay Asiatic farmers to rebuild communities that have been left behind by liberal agendas. So I would ask all of you to please join me as I welcome farmer, Nancy. Farmer Nancy, welcome.
Period. Hey, y'all. I love it. Yes. I love it. And I literally just said in my last video, I was like, it ain't black. I don't know what's going on, but it's something different going on. And we on a whole nother level with it. So I'm so glad to be here. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate the conversations that we've been having. Shout out to everybody in the chat. What's up? Lit. Yeah. Drop them strawberries in the chat.
Drop them strawberries. And if you want to expound on that, you can. But what we're going to do is, I have a disclaimer that I put inside the chat to let everybody know that everything we say here is our opinion, does not reflect that of YouTube or their sponsors. This is what we know, what we know. We don't go on belief, although we do have belief, but children believe, adults know. And if you haven't gotten to the point where you know something, then you're in the right place, because you're going to learn something today. I would suggest for anybody, if you like, please grab you a pen and paper. And I'm going to ask you guys to, if you would, at the end of the show, stick around. I'm going to show my merchandise. I have journals, ink pens, t-shirts, and I would like for you guys to, if you can, start supporting me, because it supports the channel. Welcome, Carolyn and the Sacred Owl. Welcome. Farmer Nancy, I've asked everybody if they would, if they have not subscribed to you, if they would, because I think it's a sin and a shame for you to have the knowledge that you're about to give us, and that you have on your page and you don't have 1,000 subscribers, where you can at least become self-sufficient in YouTube. Right. And you don't have to worry about if you get a Cash App or if you get, of course we all want that, and her Cash App and mine is there. So I'm not saying don't hit the Cash App. I want to get like damn D them and say, let's see if we can't get $200 tonight. We don't.
Yeah, let's see that if we part. Can do that. We up. It's live.
But if we do, if we don't, we gonna be all right, because we finna give y'all this knowledge. And I'm going to let Farmer Nancy start talking with my first question. Who is Farmer Nancy?
Oh man, I'm a smiler. I bring the cheekbones everywhere I go. I'm a mom, a wife, a friend. I'm just a laid back kind of chick. I'm very classic. I keep everything vintage, and I am just one person in the community who saw that there was an injustice in our food system, and that bothered me. I think that when we talk about food, we talk about a tradition of families around the table. I think that we as Asiatic people have always been rooted in family time at the table where we broke bread with each other, where, the men might have been out cooking the meat, getting it together, and the women preparing the cakes, the goodies, and the snacks. And then I'm just a family reunion kind of girl, y'all. I don't know. I just want to be around the food and the family, and that's just who I am. I got that name. My husband gave me that name, started calling me Nancy because I was doing a lot of stuff, and he's from New Orleans, and he's like, I just get into everything, and I'm just like a busy Nancy or whatever. And so he started calling me that, and I was like, well, I'm gonna be Farmer Nancy, and it just came about. So, you know.
Fantastic. Former Nancy, before you go to my second question, it's one of the things because I've been researching you. You
Mm-hmm.
know, I'm a person that when I do something, let me say, hello, Cookies World. Hello,
Hey,
keep
Cookie.
listening, Cookie.
Hey.
Keep listening. Hello, Team Loud 420. We're
What's
glad to
going
have
on,
you.
Team Loud? Yeah.
Yes, maybe this will inspire you to come up and do your interview and tell us about what you're growing.
Okay, big gas. I ain't mad at it. Texas veterans
But
for medicinal.
I read a beautiful article about you, and it said a Navy vet.
Mm-hmm.
So, I just, you don't have to go into all of your stuff, but you said something that stuck with me and it meant so much to me. And I guess that's why I want to try to help you as much as I can get your 1,000, subscribers. You said that the Navy meant never again volunteer yourself. And I know that you are the type of person like myself, we give, give, give. And, I guess people get accustomed to you giving, so they
Right,
don't really know that you really have needs and you really have a desire to be paid. But
right,
because of what you know and have, you can't withhold it if it
right,
can help somebody be better.
right. And
So
why,
just
why would
could you
not?
tell a little bit about that? And let me just say hello, Carolyn, if I didn't say hello. Okay.
Say it again.
Yeah, I said I don't know if I wanted you to say a little bit about that.
About wanting to be paid and having the
No,
knowledge
no,
that I
no, no,
have,
no, no.
or
But just being in the Navy, I said you don't have to
oh,
tell
being
a
in the
lot.
Navy. Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
you
the
don't have to
never
tell a lot.
again volunteer yourself part. Yeah, so being in the Navy, I left home when I was 18. My whole family were servicemen and women. My uncles were all in the military, my grandparents. And so before I went to the Navy, I was a lifeguard. And so I chose the Navy because of the water. And I just wanted to travel and just being on a ship and stuff like that. And I deployed in 2002 after I graduated high school. I left straight out of high school, went to the Navy. I was in Operation OIF and OEF on the USS George Washington. I was deployed on board for 7 months, and I was stationed in NAS Jacksonville. And it was just a time, it was something that I did. I think I wanted to be of service. I wanted to serve my country, but I also wanted the opportunity to learn and travel and have
Mm,
benefits to further my education, right? Because I love to learn, and there's a word for people who are just people who love to learn. And so I went to the military, and it was good, but in the military you do run into situations where people will try to disrespect you. You know what I'm saying?
okay.
People will try to use and abuse their authority over you. And when you're 18, 19 years old, you don't know what that means, and you don't really know what that looks like, because as kids, our brains aren't developed until 25, and so those experiences, when I look back on them now as a adult and as a mother, you know I wasn't treated fairly. I wasn't treated as if who I was as a woman and am as a person mattered.
Mm-hmm.
So now I just kind of have to do my best to heal from those things that happened to me while I was in the military, you know what I'm saying? And do what I can to socially include myself, because of that, because I have PTSD and stuff from other things, but because of that, I kind of pull myself away from people.
Okay.
I can distance myself sometimes. Like even some of my subscribers, people who follow me, I might go dark for like 2 months or a month or something like that. But it's because I have to I have to fill my own space. And I think that it is easier for me to socialize through the internet. It is easier for me to socialize with other people in the metaverse space because I don't really like people in real life.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't lying. I'm just keeping it real, you know what I'm saying? Because
Mm-hmm.
I get nervous and I can be fearful and my anxiety and I get panic attacks. So I try to stay in my own lane. You know, I try to
Mm-hmm.
stay in my own lane. But in progressing through that, I have to put myself in situations where I challenge myself. You know, so I do try to make friends or I do try to build bridges and stuff like that. And sometimes I can be a little standoffish and stuff, but at the end of the day, that's something that I have to deal with. Because if not, I'll just be a recluse. I'll stay in my house. There was a time that I stayed in my house for like 3 months. I refused
Mm-hmm.
to go anywhere. You know what I'm saying? I refused to leave. But you know, like being in large crowds, when I go out in public and there's large crowds, I get really nervous. And my husband has to take me places. Um, it was just an experience, you know, being in the Navy. And so now when I come home as a veteran and I think of how I went out and I fought for my country and freedoms and rights and stuff. And when I came home and I saw how people were being treated in my community by like leadership, it made
Mm-hmm.
me mad. I got mad because how dare y'all? How dare y'all? And not just I mean not just people, but veterans. Now, like me, I'm a veteran, so I can imagine how veterans who aren't able to speak or move or who aren't able-bodied get treated by like organizations who just overlook them or who just use their pain and trauma for financial and beneficial
For
gain.
501c3 status.
Yeah, it pisses me off. It makes me mad. So so
I understand that. One of the things I learned in my research, one of the reasons that veterans are mistreated so badly, and especially the Asiatic veterans, is because they realize what they taught you guys and how very well trained you are. And they're afraid. Again, the fear is not, oh, they're wild people. No, that's not the fear. The fear is if you ever wake up to who you really are, they
right
think that we're savage like them, which we're not. It's not in our nature.
at
We
all.
are more in harmony with nature, and so they do everything and take nature away from us to make us more callous like them. And when you try to share that with people because they're not where you are, then they think you're crazy. I don't
Right.
have PTSD and I've never been in the service, but I suffer from emotional ills too. So I understand that. I don't go anywhere now. And a lot of the reason I don't go is because with my congestive heart failure, my heart is working very slowly, even with my pacemaker. And
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel comfortable being out in public
Right.
around people because when I have to go to the little girls' room, I have to go. And
Yeah.
I refuse to be outside with a goddamn diaper on and the shit still running down my legs, wetting up
You
my
know what?
damn clothes, and people
No.
telling me, you can do it, you can do it, goddamn it. I can't do it. And so I really love being here in this room. And this YouTube has really helped me a lot. But I'm a people person. But I like you. I love people, but I don't like people because I see so much bullshit and game. This room should be flooded with people,
They
but
make
of
me so
course,
nervous.
we don't have any bullshit to offer. We have life. And one day they're going to need this. And so I'm glad we have these videos so they can play them back when we're
Right.
all hungry and starving and don't know what we're going to do to eat. Deborah, I want to welcome you. Cassie B, we all going to want to know what you're about to tell us now. I really do know that that's true.
Exactly.
Um,
I got bullshit to offer. Oh, I can talk. I can talk. They don't want to talk about that though. You know what I'm saying? But we ain't we gonna get there.
yeah, we can get wherever you go. That's where we go. S. Reed, I love you. S. Reed is also a veteran. And one thing that I've seen or heard from veterans, and especially the Asiatic female, y'all can let me know. S. Reed, tell me in the chat. Former Nancy, tell me. Just from one of the people that's on YouTube, and then just what you just said about your experience. And
Mm-hmm.
Esri, she struggles with hers, and I love her show. I look at her show. I wish that we could get her to 1,000. I don't even know if she has 100. Maybe she has two. I don't know. But I look at her videos, and she struggles, but she's so deep and she's so brilliant in the mind. You can hear it. And so, what we don't understand is when you're brilliant in the mind, that's when the system try to make you appear to be crazy so
Right.
people won't listen. But just your conversation and the logic and the way you think, it lets you know. But you doubt yourself because people are constantly telling you something's wrong with you. But it's is it really that hard for the Asiatic female in the military? Because you all seem to have similar stories.
Yes, it is, right, because you don't really have that voice, right? Because and then this is your livelihood,
Okay.
right? So it's like it's that thing where when regular jobs, you be out
Mm-hmm.
here in the streets, we working regular jobs, the supervisor piss you off, you be like, I don't need this job, bro.
Mm-hmm.
What you talking about? I could get up out of here. But you can't do that in the military. You know what I'm saying? You can't just do that in the military. They take you through processes and all that kind of stuff, and it's humiliation, and it can break you down. And yes, as Asiatic women, strong women,
Mm-hmm.
and especially knowing who you are, and coming from where we come from, it
Mm-hmm.
can be a different form of reprogramming. So it's not, if you're going into it and you want to be of service and you do believe in being dutiful, then you're going to be good. But if you're going into it just no, just whatever, nah, you're gonna have a hard time. You're gonna have a hard
Okay. Okay. That's good to know. One thing too, I know that my brother, he was 23 when he passed, but he was younger when he got hurt. He volunteered for Vietnam,
time. Mm-hmm.
and he had a chance to go, to Okinawa, Japan, but he chose Vietnam. And the first week he was there, he was driving a tank and shrapnel hit him and paralyzed him. And he died at the age of 23 years old. But the thing of it is, that's how I knew about San Antonio and Fort Sam Houston,
Yeah.
because my mom damn near lived there for a few months. He came into Long Beach and then they sent him to San Antonio and he died at 23. And he
That's
had a
crazy.
famous car. It's called a Hertz O's, and it's only 10 were made at the time when this happened to him, and that was back in the 70s. So one of the things I want to say about the war, what we really don't realize is when they're talking about fighting for a country, we're not fighting for shit but greed, because we don't even
No.
realize that this is not a country. So if people hear me say, it's not that I don't love and respect the people who went, but I'm like Muhammad Ali. I'm more on the opinion that, shit, them people ain't done nothing to me. We don't, but we didn't know that for them. And I try to explain this to our people. God means something totally different than what it means to us. It means gold, oil, and drugs for them, or the government
Ooh.
ordinance department for them. And then we're looking for somebody to come and help us. And come on now, I know you're coming. And when people help you in the last hour, you won't even say thank you, Cheryl. You'll say, "Oh God, thank you." Y'all don't mind you thanking God, but you goddamn sure better thank me first if I'm the one that hands you the money. And that's just the way I see things today. But I too used to be in that trap. Let me get to my second question. I love talking to you. How did you journey into agriculture?
Ooh, that's a good question. Let me close this door real quick because it's letting in some heat, got me sweating. I'm be hold. All right, sorry about that. Okay, so I was I got into agriculture. Can y'all hear me? Okay, I got into agriculture.
Yes.
I was minding my bit. I got some tortoises. I'm gonna keep it 100. I had bought some tortoises for my kids as pets because at that time I wasn't fond of dogs, and if I had a dog, I needed to purchase that dog from a little puppy, right? Because then it's my dog. So instead, I just got them tortoises, and in getting them tortoises, I needed to feed them. I got tired of going to the store to buy lettuce for the tortoises, so I just bought some seeds and I started growing the lettuce. Well, then I was like, oh man, I can grow lettuce in my backyard because I just had a green thumb. I didn't know that I had a green thumb like that. My backyard was covered in lettuce. So I ended up planting other stuff, onions, onions and peppers. And then I had like okra. I had this beautiful burgundy okra all over my yard. And my mama was like, I want a garden. And so I put one in her backyard. And then we were growing watermelons, cantaloupes, and eggplants. And then I put one in my grandma's yard. And so I was just growing it, and my uncle had came over. He didn't believe it. He didn't believe that I grew none of it. And I'm like, but who would put this in my mama's yard? She had this big old okra plant. And so he picked it and he made okra gumbo. He made shrimp
Okay.
gumbo with the okra in it. It was busting. It was it was off the chain. And that he just went to talking. So from eating that, he went to talking about how they grew up and used to go to Mexico, and they would be, doing the pineapples and wearing sombreros and ponchos. And I'm looking at him, I'm like, I'm 34 years old. I ain't know y'all went to Mexico. I was like, Mama, y'all been? And I asked my grandma, and my grandma was like, he don't know what he's talking about. Don't listen to him. but but that made me really start doing research into just my family history, my own family genealogy, and I kind of became my family historian. So get down out there. So my puppy just hopped on something. But in going through my family records and historical records and everything, every occupation for a man or in my family would be farm laborer or horse husbandry or something like that. It would all be tied into agriculture. And so then when I started talking to my mom about her family and where they came from, I realized that my mother's family had basically established one of the first freedmen colonies in Buda, Texas. And it predated the city of Buda. It was Antioch. It was called Antioch Colony or Negro Colony, but it predated the city of Buda by 10 years, right? So my third great grandfather and his wife, and then a second great grandfather, George Kavanaugh's son and George Kavanaugh's daughter and Elias Bunton's son got married and they had kids. And so that's where my family came from. And so in just learning about that, I was like, oh, that's what I'm doing. I'm farming. I'm over here putting gardens in my grandma's backyard, my mama's, mine. I'm farming. Well, then that means I need one location. I need one spot where I can farm for everybody. And so from there, it was over with. It was up. But I could not believe the loopholes that I was having to go through. I didn't believe that there was nobody else that looked like me that was a farmer, not gardening, not like just hobby planting, but who was out here waking up with the roosters in the morning, going out there, and their job was straight up food production. Not here in Austin, Texas. Texas go back and forth with California for the number 1 and number 2 spot in agriculture in the United States all the time. So in the capital, that was fishy to me. It was too fishy to me, and I needed to know why. I wanted to know why this is happening, what's going on, and where's all the black people at who grow food, who produce food. And it made me think, what I've been eating, where is it coming from? So that's how that went down.
That's how you got into agriculture.
That's how I got into agriculture. I was nosy. I was nosy. That and it just relaxes me. It was a place I wanted to create a place where I could relax and where I could heal and where I could do the thing that I really want to do, which is write. And so I always am like, I want to be a writer. I have this story in my mind, but I
Mm-hmm.
don't have the creative space to write it. And I was like, I'm going to build a creative space. And that to me looked like a farm with acres, my kids running around. It's a wraparound porch, the patio with columns. It's a little ring-a-ding bell, my rocking chair, and my Arnold Palmer. And I'm just looking out at my cows and
Okay.
writing my book. So that's so I started to create it. I just picked the spot.
Okay. Wilma had asked the question, and it's going to take me off of my questions, but this is a very good question. I don't know if you want to answer it now or in the end, but let me just ask it to you, okay?
Okay.
And she want you to explain health food regime for us, like for people of for Asiatic people. Explain what we need more fiber and fruits and vegetables, helps proteins, and especially our children and elders.
Yes. There so this is the thing. One more. I want to keep it all the way 100 with you. Right?
That's what we want.
Yes. I like to eat. So I cannot, I'm not, because I'm not a dietitian nor a nutritionist or a doctor. So I don't know that. You know what I'm saying? What I
Mm-hmm.
do know is that my great grandpa died when he was 98. And
Mm-hmm.
my grandma cooked him chitlins, collard greens, cornbread, black eyed peas, potato salad, sweet potatoes,
Fried chicken.
fried chicken, pork chops, bacon, all that, right? So pause. That's just what I've experienced. You know what I'm saying? My grandma right now is 80 years old. The people be telling her she got all of these ailments. She out here. You know, she didn't change up her diet. I be growing her collard greens, mustard greens, squash, everything that she sweet potatoes, everything that she was feeding her daddy, I grow for her, and she just adds the love, right? So I think that we do have to eat healthier. We do need to have healthier choices. We do need to eat properly and in moderation, and we do have to cut out snacks and junk and all of that kind of stuff. We should be eating rich in protein and rich in fiber. Um, and to me, that looks like growing the things that you put into your body. My herbs, my spices, my onions. I love to grow my own onions just because I like onions
I
and they
like onions
smell
too.
good. And when you grow them, it's just so satisfying because you just watch the little green things grow up and then they start to fall over and they ready to harvest. Um, yeah, so as far as healthy eating and stuff like that goes, if you growing it, you know where it come from. It's the same thing with if you have a cow. You know, if it's, I'm not a vegetarian. I'm gonna tell everybody off rip.
Mm-hmm.
I eat meat. I'm not a vegetarian. I'm one of those people that I'm gonna have chickens. I gotta learn how to process them. If I'm gonna have cattle, one of these days, one of my cows gonna go on the table. Like I'm preparing for the time when all we can do is sustain ourselves. The
Mm-hmm.
food shortages, all that stuff. I'm prepping. I'm a prepper.
Yeah, that's fantastic because I think what we don't understand as a people, and especially if you're more educated than the regular everyday person, is a lot of this stuff that we hear about the proteins and the neutrons. And first of all, we don't know our bodies, so we don't know ourselves.
Right.
So again, everything that we're taking and running with is something somebody told us. But
Exactly.
there was a time when they didn't want us to know any of this information. And
No.
so we ate chitlins because that's all they would give us. They didn't give us the ham. They gave us the throwaways, the feet.
Exactly.
the tail, the nose, the tongue. Now they swear pork will kill you, but that's what we lived on to make it. We didn't
My
get to
husband
eat the
eat
beef.
pig lips. When you go to New Orleans, they got them jars of pig lips. And listen, I'm from Texas. I done ate chitlins. I done ate. I'm like, pig lips. I can't. You cannot get me to try no pig lip. But like you just said, that's literally what we were fed.
That's what they
And if
gave
you
us.
go look at the censuses, y'all, this is just 100. Those people were living to be 101,
Yes,
102,
yes.
99 years old. When you start playing around with the food and the diet of the people, things change. And we do have to now because of I look at it as, I guess, like survival, natural selection, how over time things change. Well, we've changed by eating things that they're giving to us. When they commercialized and monetized the food system after slavery, because black people were no longer growing the food for free, you know what I'm saying? Now it's
Mm-hmm.
commercialized. They was lazy. What are we talking about? They wasn't growing no food. We was growing the food. So now we go and grow the food for each other. Ain't
Mm-hmm.
nobody growing the food for them no more. So
Mm-hmm.
now they have to grow the food. They have to figure it out. It was so many slaveholders and people who own land and stuff that was doing all that stuff that went bankrupt and lost money after the freedmen started building their own colonies, that it was ridiculous. The only thing that they could do was monetize the systems. So you remonetize the food system. Now we gonna charge you such and such to come to the market. Now you have to get your harvest out by this time, or we setting your crops on fire, or we coming to your house to drag you out and kill you, period. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? So when we talk about the food in that manner, we really have to look at how it was that we don't grow the food no more. Because once they removed us from growing the food, they used machinery to grow the food. They needed more food, so they included chemicals and stuff like that. Then they started using immigrants to replace us with that labor because it's mass production. So all this food we've been eating for all this time and all these years is mass produced. When we was in them freedmen colonies, Toothless, you had the butter, the milk, the cream cheese, because you had the cattle and you was teaching the girls how to churn it out and flip
Mm-hmm.
it. I
Mm-hmm.
had I had the eggplants, the squash, uh who in the chat? Team Loud, he got the collards, the cattle, whatever, he got it down there. Bumper over there, he got what he need, and we just bring it, and we're able to barter.
We
I can come
barter.
to
That's
you
that's what that's what it was all about.
I
Bartering.
come to you with the garlic, you give me a pound of butter,
Mm-hmm.
and so when we took away those when that stopped, when that ended, um
With
I
the
think
civil rights, when we wanted rights, that's why it's very important. And let me just put a little respect on when I get a cash app. I always like because I don't call out names and numbers. And it's not that I don't want to call out the name and number, but some people don't want their name read. And then we also, with all the stuff that's going on now on so true. You keep speaking of the freedmen, and see, a lot of people don't know about the Freedmen's Bureau, which is where they had us giving all of our money, and it was like what they call the banking system. And I don't know if anybody in here can remember the speech that Martin Luther King gave the day before he was assassinated. He talked about the land grants that they gave to the people,
mm,
the Europeans, and they call themselves Americans. We are the Americans, and they separated us from the land by the laws, and now we're considered Negro, Black, Colored, African American, Indian, Afro American, Mexican, Hispanic. All of this is one continent, and it's America. It's North America, and we are the Americans, the original people. So what we have to start doing, and that's why I felt compelled to tell my story on how I learned who I was, who I truly am, not just who somebody say I am. How I learned that we've got to go back to our history. And if we don't go back to our history, the history of what they call enslavement, we're prisoners of war because we're at war. There's a war against us. It is chemical war, it's medical war, it's psychological war, it's
It's
they
a
call it
food war.
spiritual war, but it's a religious war, it's food war, it's water war. It is a war against your very nature of who you are as a being. And if we don't start going back and getting into the mind of our ancient mothers and fathers, then we're going to cease to exist because we're so educated. So we want to act like the European. We're not. They took our knowledge and they're using it against us. And here we have a lady who actually want to do what she's doing. She love it. She live for it. And she does it effortlessly. We should all be just applauding this and supporting this as much as we possibly can. I would say salute Uncle Suge. Glad you're here.
Salute.
Salute
Hey,
my
Uncle
nephew Long Head. Glad you're here. Salute.
Suge.
You know
Water
I
was
love
free.
it when you're here. That's a name I always try to look for. Uncle Suge, he does it a lot too. They talk about, the day ones, the people that's been there from the beginning. And like I said, I'd rather have a few good men, and
Right.
that means mankind, than to have a gazillion people and nobody support you. I'd rather have a
Right.
few good men. Lazy Bones, salute. Glad you're here.
And nobody be
Yeah,
there to tell
nobody be
to
there.
tell
I'd rather
to tell the
have that.
truth.
But going back to what you say, freedmen a lot, and see, a lot of people don't really know what that means, but it's very important. C. Roberts, salute. Glad you joined us. You really need to go back to our history. And one time, Donald Trump made this statement, and people were angry, angry, angry. And I'm not for or against Donald Trump, and because I understand really the true nature of politics. Ernest, salute. What we think is politics is it has nothing to do with it. We think the way we were trained under animal husbandry, just like she's talking about the husbandry on the farm, they reared us like animals, and that's why they called us chattel, like cattle. So we follow the leader and we don't use our own mind because we were taught not to. And then the education system that was put forth by Frederick T. Gates and J.D. Rockefeller, they said that we're going to train them to be happy just where they are. And we're going to teach our children to perfectly do what we imperfectly did. So they don't feel that they got rid of us enough. But if we understand who we are, then we'll know why we're at war and why they're trying to kill us and why they want us dead, because they switch places. Then your enemy is never going to tell you anything to defeat him, because our enemy, all skin folks ain't kin folks, even those with the same blood running through their veins.
That
They're
part.
not always on your side. There is envy, there is hate, there's jealousy. And if
They
you
don't want to
believe
see
in,
me winning.
yeah, and if you believe in that book, just go back to Cain and Abel and you'll see just what I'm saying. I'm going to go back to the questions I had for you, and then I will ask some questions out of the audience because I think it's very important. I just
Thanks for the
love, love,
sub.
love it.
Thanks for the sub. I want to just say everybody that have subbed up and subscribed to my channel since we've been here, I appreciate you so much. After this over, you know what I'm saying, y'all feel free to go and browse and everything. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. We want to run it up. It's 300. We can get there. Let's get there.
Let's get there, y'all. We really need to do that for real, though. We need to do that today if we can.
Subscribe. Subscribe.
Certainly, by the end of this month, we should be doing everything we can to help Foreman Nancy make it to 1,000 subscribers. She needs 1,001, and we need to just get her to 1,020. So if they do her like they do me every day, 2 or 3 people leave.
I know.
But
I see my little 730, and then it be 729. I be like,
yeah, you never know when the
ooh.
people gonna leave and come back. But shit, you just keep on going because it is going to grow. And I get so tired of hearing these people say, "I want mine to grow organically." What the fuck do that mean? Do you
What does that
understand
mean?
what
Organically is the work. It's the work you put
organic?
in. It's the work
Uh,
that you put into it. It's gonna grow how you put into it. I
that's how it
loved
does it.
I love the conversation that you had with Uncle Suge because he gave those tips, and those were things that I
Invaluable.
I, I do. I don't nobody want to be stuck over here with a bunch of crazy people talking
Hmm.
crazy. I no, but if I can drop a little strawberry in the chat and be like, "Hey, come check me out," and that person come check me out, and they stay and they come back, they be like, "Okay, Nancy popping, look, the kids, everybody over there, it's a barbecue. What's up?" Then they come and they stay, But yeah, we out here. We trying to put out information. This is information, y'all. I don't know how many times I try to tell people it's just knowledge, it's information that you can go look up. It's free.
Yourself.
Themselves, people will give people who are re-spewing quotes. You can Google love quotes, and this
Hmm.
person then love quoted you to death for 2 hours, and you done paid them $1,000, and every quote they just told you is on the Google sheet.
Hmm.
It's a crazy thing. It's a crazy phenomenon, but this is how you navigate the virtual world, the internet, the marketing, and all of that stuff. So it just is what it is for me. I'm
That's
here.
so
I'm
true.
out. I'm outside.
Yeah, and you outside for real though. And then when you played my song for me,
I love that. I know, and that was
yeah,
so cool. That little outside parody
yeah.
video I made. I was feeling myself in my robe. I was walking around. I was mad.
Yeah.
Actually, that video, I was mad. I was going off in the video, and I was like, I'm about to turn this into a music video.
Okay, let's see here. On number 3, how did you gain access to the land for your farm that you have now?
Ooh, that's a good question. Uh, so when I first got into agriculture, I was like, "What is farming? What does that look like?" Because I didn't know what that meant. So I found an 18 weeks farmer starter program. Is basically for beginning farmers, and you're able to get like hours and like a certification to show that you've been through like an agricultural program or whatever. And so after the program, I got connected with what is like Shared Earth. There's this website that's like called Shared Earth, and it's a site
Hmm.
where people who own property that they want to provide for agricultural production, they put their property on the website. And so I hadn't I had just kind of breezed through it, and I wasn't really doing too much thinking about it. And then I went on to do like another 12-month program through the USDA called Battleground to Breaking Ground, and that was specifically for veterans who were looking to get into the agricultural business. And so it
Hmm.
taught you the agricultural business, and it allowed you to get like 100 hours working with an actual farmer, a tenured farmer of 8 years.
Okay.
So I was lucky enough to where my farm mentor came to my farm, and we did the 100 hours on my farm. So
What?
shout
That
out to
was
that.
really great,
Yes.
wasn't it?
Yep. And when she was done, she donated me a cooler for my farm to keep my produce cool once I started harvesting. But um during that time when I was doing the 100 hours, the school reached out to me because I was alumni. They reached out and they had a woman who wanted, they had a property owner who wanted someone to farm, or a farmer to move into her property. And when they told me it was in the east side of Austin, I was like, on the east side? I said, let me go look at that. They gentrifying the hood. What's up? Let me go check it out. So when I came to see where it was, I was like, man, that's down the street from where I grew up. It's down the street from my old elementary school. And it's
Okay.
literally in the hood where I grew up. This is the community my grandma fought for. This is the community I know that we are losing by the hour. We losing schools, everything. I'm like, man, I'm about to put a farm on it, a black farm. Ain't nobody finna stop me. I'm about to put up a farm that's like a defensive protective layer. So y'all can't move us. We gonna stay right here. Even if you gentrify my neighborhood and the neighbors gotta move away, you not gonna ever be able to get rid of this black farm. That's just
Mm-hmm.
what I thought when I seen it and I had the opportunity. So
Beautiful.
I jumped right on it. And I didn't have no money. I didn't I didn't have the money for it or nothing. So I went to my mom and my stepdad and I was like, this is it. And my stepdad came to see it, him and my mom. He was like, now y'all know once Tiffany get going, she ain't gonna stop. Once she put her mind to it, she's gonna do it, and that's a wrap. And so him and my mom put the money in to lease the property for me. So because it's a 2-acre property,
Mm-hmm.
so she wanted us to lease the whole 2 acres, but it was tenants already in the home. And I was like, no, because I don't know, I can't afford that. And I don't know if what I'm trying to do is gonna work.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just a beginning farmer. Like this was
Okay.
5 years ago. I'm straight out of school. So I ended up just asking her if we can lease the back 1/4 acre. Just let me lease the vacant lot where it's nothing and I don't gotta worry about the house and the other acre and
Mm-hmm.
a half, you know what I'm saying? So she did that. And so once I got access to that, we just started mowing it and getting everything done. And I think that for a little bit, for like a year and a half after we got access to the property, I really wasn't doing too much on the property. We signed the lease. We signed the lease in 2018, 18, 19, 20. We signed the lease September 1st, 2018, and my stepdad was murdered September 14th, 2018.
Mm.
So 14 days after I got my land lease, I lost my stepdad and it crushed me. I mean, it
I
messed
can
me
only
up
imagine.
because it was
My
gun
condolences.
violence. Yeah, it was gun violence, and I didn't even know. We didn't even know what happened. So I had to take care of my mom, and I had to just kind of figure all that stuff out. So I left the farm alone, and I was gonna quit. I was gonna give up. I was telling the lady, I don't know what I can do to keep up with this because, like I said, my stepdad and my mom had paid for everything. They were paying for it. I was just doing the work.
Okay.
Um, and so I ended up just putting on my big girl drawers. I was like, you got to bounce back. This is too important, boo. Bounce back, Nancy. You got to come with it, baby. You got to shake out of it because that's what Pops would want. You know what I'm saying? He would want to see you make it. He want to see you win. So every day I just think when I see the butterflies on my farm, I feel like that's him because
All right.
butterflies was his favorite insect. When I see the blue jays, I feel like that's him because it was his favorite color. And so I just keep
He
editing. I
all
keep
over you.
trying. He just
Yes.
everywhere. So
Yes.
yeah, that's how I got the land lease, and I ain't going nowhere. I told y'all earlier in the video they're gonna have to come drag me out.
And we're the only group of people that don't acknowledge our ancestors once they transition.
Yeah,
We're so steeped in dogma, what we know as religion. And what I learned is you have to meet people where they are, especially if you come out of that. But we don't honor them, but they're in everything because we're energy. And a lot of us don't know about the metaphysical side of us, and energy never dies. It just transforms and it goes on and on and on. Let me welcome Nurse Petty. Good to see you. I love to tell people I haven't seen them in a while, but some people think that I'm being rude, but I'm not really. I'm just really happy to see you when I see you. Zarlena Hughes, thank you. Salute. Glad to have you. Dangerous Minds. Glad to have you. I never heard from your friend. And let me see if I missed anybody else. Espet, glad to have you. And I see my Cookie. Cookie is still here. I wish I would go and visit Cookie's page. Sub up. Cookie tells us about the tarot, and a lot of us don't know our history. So we were taught that tarot, astrology, things of that nature was of the devil and all of that demonic stuff. Today, I don't believe in any of that stuff. I'm not saying that people are not bad and things don't happen bad, but I'm not into any of that. There's a light and a dark side of everything. And so I believe if you choose to live in the light, but the light came out of darkness because in the beginning it was dark and then came the light. So we need to start understanding we're not on the dark side. We are the light. But they teach us everything that was ours is dark and mysterious, and you got to stray away from it. But you have people that are good people and bad people. That's the dark and the light. So the world is changing. Everybody keep talking about the new world order. The world is going to change. You just have to decide who's going to run it. Is it going to be the light side or the dark side? And which side are you on? And that's what you learn when you start studying your history. I want to say Dan Holland, salute, and Teddy Franklin, salute. I try my best not to overlook anybody, and my little old thing is not even moving. But sometimes it would have moved up and it's stuck, and I don't know. So I try to go back up so that I can.
And it's stuck. Ain't no coming down.
Oh, Minnie Riley, I'm so glad you're here. Yeah, so I just want y'all to know that I do not ever try to or plan to overlook anybody. But your story is just so awesome. And you're able to be in the hood that they thought they was going to gentrify everybody out of. And that's right where you grew up and back where you started from.
Let me tell y'all a quick story right quick.
Please do. They love stories.
When we first moved in, okay, we moved in last September. So this will be the first year that we've gone through every season actually living on the property, because we were commuting back and forth because we didn't lease the whole 2 acres, remember? Mm-hmm. So when we first moved in, we had a housewarming party. It happened to be my uncle's 75th birthday. So we grilling, barbecue. We got the music going. Everybody here is up, right? It's not even 10 o'clock at night. So, my husband, all his homeboys, they all standing, they all strapped like Rambo. They all in the yard. They parked and everything. This white man walks through. He walked past the gun line, y'all. The gun line, boss. He walked past the gun line up my driveway. You have to walk at least 100 feet up, more than 100 feet to get up to my front door. He walked all the way up here and was in the midst of a bunch of black men and had the nerve to ask, "Where's the owner?" My husband was like, "I'm the owner." The man looked at him like, "You the owner," because it was white people living here before we moved in. So in his mind, where the white people go, they gone, homeboy. It's over with. When we moved in, the old ladies was driving by. She said, "Y'all live here now, baby?" I was like, "Yes, ma'am." She was like, "I'm so glad because they got on my last nerve." I said, "Well, don't worry about it," and gave her a whole bunch of collard greens. Sure did. Yeah, we getting them up out of here. This called regentrification. Bye. Y'all got to go. So
that's beautiful.
I'm moving in, and I ain't going nowhere. Farmerness is in this thing.
Anonymous, hey, I saw your
hey y'all, Nurse Petty. Hey, Nurse Petty. Okay, let me say hey to everybody I know be coming through there that I be seeing. Nurse Petty, Papa Will, Cookies World, Lovey. Hey y'all, I see y'all down there in the chat.
Papa Will, let me put a little respect.
Yep. Team Dow King Kush. I see y'all.
Yes. I heard him one day explain about growing, and boy, it was awesome. Awesome.
Yeah, me and him gonna talk because that's something, because we can grow hemp here legally in Texas.
Yes.
And so living in Texas, being able to grow hemp, I want to make some paper. I want to see if I can smash it down.
Yeah,
Because
you might
hemp
need
used to be
some.
in everything. It used to be in paper. It used to be in the burlap sacks. They used to use hemp for a lot of things. It used to be inside denim jeans, like all that stuff. It ain't just got to be out here to get y'all twisted and toe up. That's that part where we got to change our mindsets.
Tell the truth now. Tell the truth. Um, Sim said so. Salute. You know what? You may need some investors. So anybody that's listening that may want to invest, be a silent partner. I'm not saying being a partner. Y'all know how business work, and you know what you're going to be dealing with. But she may need some investments, and that may be a good return on your money. Doesn't mean you're going to get part of her land. So let's get that straight. It's just you might want to help get the thing started and figure out what you can get back once things get in motion. I think the biggest problem with us as a people, because we were taught animal husbandry and so much distrust as a family, we can damn near get together. And we used to, that's all, when you started out, that's all we used to do is get together and eat around the table, everybody. And everybody ate and everybody played cards or hopscotch or whatever and had fun. But now we can't even come together for a meal without making it a political issue, you know. And once we are so political, you know, we're so political, we cease to be family.
That's
Yes,
true.
I see that. Keep subbing, keep
Get
subbing.
sub up. That's all like sub up, sub
300.
up, get the subs up, get the subs up.
Yes, we
Yes,
trying to
that's
get to
so true. That's what I
300.
talked about. Remember the family food at the table? That was
That's
one
what
of
I
my
said from the
slogans.
beginning. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
see, you warmed my heart. Just when I seen your videos with you and your baby and the strawberries, that warmed my heart. To be real, that's when I got hip to you because I had just started talking with Gotti and stuff, and so I, you know, knew about you through her. And you know, of course, when we was all in one place, but when I seen that video and your baby was out there working just as hard as you were, and she was narrating the story, and I'm like, oh
okay.
damn, we got a miniature reporter here.
I be having to tell her, I be like, can I record me? She be like, I think on one of the videos, it was so good at the video, at the end of the video, she's like, beautiful mama, great job. And I,
Yeah, you know, I love her spirit and her spunk, and I see she get it from you. And I guess her dad as well, because I know he right there alongside you.
oh
So
man.
yeah, it's just beautiful to see y'all interact. I love seeing it. You guys, the way you all interact, and you keep it so trill. And that's what I like, trillness. You know, fuck all the fakery. I'm not Oprah. You know, shit. I ain't got no teeth in my mouth. I own teeth, but I chose not to wear them because I want to be toothless tiger, and I
Respect.
like being comfortable. I'm very
Right.
comfortable in the skin I'm in. I'm the
Right.
baddest motherfucking woman ever born. Let me tell it. And I hope
True.
everybody feel that way about themselves. And if
Hmm.
you don't, then I can't help you. But I
Yeah.
can tell you about me. I paid for this. I lived a hard, not no bad life, but a hard life. And most of it was hard because of my thinking,
Mm.
not because of necessarily the things that happened to me. It was buying off into a system and believing in a hope that
Right.
is not there. We have to learn, and that's what I like about Cookie's World, because when she does the tarot and she tell you the numbers, she's not telling you that this is your number, Former Nancy, and you better heed to it. No, she let you know what the numbers say, and whatever you can use it, and what you can't, let it fly.
Yeah.
And that's the way you have to learn to live life. It's all about you being able to make decisions and walk in who you are. Authenticity, as Carolyn
Right.
teaches in her master class. You have to walk into self authenticity. And these are people that I have had on the show or will have on the show to share with our people how we can kind of strap away some of this that we've been taught in brainwashing and be a force to reckon with without everybody getting knocked off. Because if we do things as a group, that's what happened to us before. You get sold out. A lot of people like money. You can tell that just by the people that's here. They like bullshit. And I'm not saying people are not here like just bullshit, but we all like bullshit to some degree.
Yeah, I
But
like the
there is
bullshit.
a time in our lives, and now is a time, because former Nancy is going to tell us about it in a minute, where I'm going to ask you about the food deserts and stuff like that. But there's a time in our lives where we got to really understand that it's all incumbent upon us to learn everything we can learn, teach our babies when they're yet young. Don't wait till they get to be 40 and tell them we want you to learn what I should have taught you at 2. If you put what they need to know in their heads, you don't have to worry about what the school is doing or not doing to our babies. If you
Exactly.
teach them the importance of hygiene and eating, whatever it is that you choose to eat, we don't have to worry about them, because them believe in medicine. And if you look and do some research, medicine mean poison. And if you think of mine, just go to the poison, what is that poison thing in Atlanta, the it's poison control in Atlanta, where they talk about they control the Center for
Yeah.
Disease
The
Control. It just came
CDC.
in my mind. Yeah, you can learn a lot of things. Our problem is we don't like to read. There was a time when they wouldn't let us read, and then when we started reading, they gave us the material to read. They put the people over us to tell us how to read.
How?
And now we got to learn that words are important. And if we don't start letting them know that we know that culture is in the language. So every time you say you're black, I'm telling you, I do it too. But we got to make a conscious effort to quit using black, because you're saying you're dead in the eyes of the law. And if you're dead
Right.
in the eyes of the law, it ain't shit for me to shoot you down in the street. You already dead. It don't,
I've
it's
been
only
dead.
gonna hurt your mama. It ain't gonna
I've
hurt
been.
them, because
No.
you're already dead. They've already collected on your insurance. And here
Yep.
we got to do a GoFundMe to bury you. But then just 2 weeks ago, you was on Facebook and Instagram with a goddamn me money phone. And that's when they had to stack some money up to their ear, you know, letting us know how much they got. And then
I'm looking for some money. I'm like, I don't got none. I was trying to do it.
and 2 weeks later, we up there talking about GoFundMe and can you buy a dinner, because we trying to bury little Bobo. You know, we're gonna have to we're gonna have to do better. And we gotta do better about just, they say get insurance. And that's what's driving this goddamn country. And that's why we all broke. We pay insurance. And I'm not telling nobody don't get insurance. I'm not a doctor, I'm not a lawyer. I don't give any legal help, mental advice. I'm giving you my life story and my experience. That's what I'm giving you. And I'm not the do all be all, but I'm just not ashamed to tell how it has been, in hopes that it will help somebody. Because sometimes when it was a time when I went to group, and I went to AA and I went to NA, and those are anonymous programs. And I went to Al-Anon. I was an Al-Anon person. I didn't have an alcohol and drug problem, but I loved alcoholics and drug addicts. And so I lost myself in those relationships. So I went to a group starting in Al-Anon thinking I was going to get some help. But them women, they claimed that they didn't get high and drink with the men. But goddamn, some of the shit them women said they were doing, they was shooting dope with the men. I'm like, but damn, ain't you in the wrong room? No, they got mad at me and wanted to put me out the room. So they had what they call a group conscious. And the group conscious is where nobody runs the room, and the people in the room. So they want to have a meeting and tell you how you breaking the rules, like that means something. And like I told them, hell, they was breaking the rules in my opinion, because shit, I thought this supposed to be the room where you didn't do all this shit. And one day this lady in AA said, why don't you come join us? I told her, but I'm not an alcoholic, because the groups met next door to each other. And she said, the only thing you have to do, according to Bill W., is have a desire not to drink. And if you have a desire not to drink, when you stand up, that's what you say every time you come to a meeting. And that's what I said every time I went to a meeting. Then they had a group conscious want to put me out of that damn group, because they didn't want me in the closed group meetings. But
I've been kicked out of. I've been put out of every damn group I am in.
be
Because
that
I asked too many questions. I
that's
asked too
right.
many questions of the group leader. I'd be like, hold up. Wait a minute. You said, you
You
had said that we
you
were
got that on video. I seen the tape. When they tried to put you out, you told them they wasn't putting you out of shit.
what?
I seen that. I saw that video. But you know the thing of it is
They was
though,
like, if you came here to disrupt,
no, you didn't.
I was
You
like,
did not.
even if I did come here to disrupt, and what?
But
What?
you didn't. That wasn't the
But I
purpose of
didn't.
you being there. You went there to learn, but you found out they was bullshit and not teaching nothing. And so when you find that out, so then you call it out, and you're not supposed to do that, Asiatic woman. You're supposed to think like all these other damn
Nope.
fools sitting here and just saying, "Oh, that's a good plan." Well,
They told
how
me,
many goddamn good plans are we gonna see and live out, and don't nothing change for us?
how you gonna plan me to death? Listen, this is what I tell these people: stop trying to plan me to death. Stop trying to meet me to death. Stop trying to gather my information and my intellectual property.
That's what they're
No,
doing.
no, unless you're going to pay me because I work hard for everything that I do, then no. If I'm coming to, I was going to what the video you was talking about, I was going to a town hall to ask questions. I submitted my questions and all that. We get there, it's a working group. We got to sit there and fill out papers, give them our data, give them my information. No, that's not what I'm here for.
Mm-hmm.
Now I got a whole problem with y'all because this is what y'all out here doing. Everybody here want to know why y'all collecting their information and y'all just trying to keep going with the event. Hell no. Run me my paperwork back. Like what?
I love it. I love it. I love it. Well, that's pretty much what happened to me. They had the group conscious, and I just decided, I'm going to be here. I'm following the rules. Nothing they could do about it. And I worked the steps. And when you do something, and the 12 steps are just like the steps of the zodiac, the 12 steps across the sky. Everything is done in cosmology, and they took cosmology away from us and told us that cosmology and astronomy was bad for us. But that's what this whole fucking world of politics is ran on. And we don't know that. We so steeped in dogma, and we think that our way is the only way because that's what they said. But everything comes off of our story, Isis and Horus. And once you learn who Isis and Horus is, and they look like us, but people say it doesn't matter what color Jesus is. I'll be goddamn if Isis and Horus look like us and the Pope bowed to a baby that looked like me. Why in the hell I got to bow to one that looked like the Pope? It makes no sense.
Don't make no sense to me.
That's another story. That's just a part of the story. Let's go on with my next question because
y'all forgive me if y'all say, I'm sorry too. Y'all forgive me if y'all see me moving. It's hot in Texas. We in this thing though. We ain't going nowhere.
Yes, ma'am. Tell the truth. It's shining.
It's all right.
Shit, we need to send you to go get your box fan hitting up when we get off. I can't buy no goddamn air conditioner. I can do a box fan. And that's on the Farilla. But one thing too, and if you need to go, that's fine, because normally this is an hour show, but I love my Uncle Suge here, and he's been with us for a long time. And he took our day Sunday. Well, Sunday is my day. I normally talk the longest, and I normally do an hour, but he was so happy, so I had to give him that time, and we needed that time together. We really did. It was absolutely beautiful. On the fourth question, I wanted to ask you, what obstacles have you faced as a small-scale farmer? And what is a small-scale farming?
So small-scale farmers, I'll start with the end. Small-scale farming is just farming on less than 5 acres. 5 acres and less. And then even if on 10 acres, it's just small scale. It's not a big commercial operation. You're not out here with this large machinery that does everything on its own. Small scale farming, a lot of it that you can do on your own, with human power, with your own work. So And then what was the first part of it?
The
I,
first
I
part,
forget sometimes.
that's
Sorry.
okay. It's what obstacles have you faced as a small scale farmer?
Oh, being black or Asiatic.
Okay. Okay.
So being an Asiatic farmer, this ain't what we're supposed to be doing. This isn't we're not designed to produce our own food. I'm just keeping it real. They designed it so that we have to go through the loops and hoops that they provide and that they set for us in order
Mm-hmm.
to accomplish these things. You can go look back at things like the pure Pigford. It's called the Pigford case, and that's
Mm-hmm.
black farmers who got together and filed suit against the USDA and federal agencies when it comes to black agriculture. And if you look, you can also see that black farmers are supposed to be getting $5 billion under the Biden administration with their new agricultural czar or whatever, and
Mm-hmm.
we ain't seen it. It's not it. And the black leadership here always tells me, "Oh well, Biden is bringing the money and blah blah blah." I'm like, ain't nobody got time to wait for no what? Ain't nobody got time for wait for him to die. I'm not
Mm-hmm.
going to sit up here waiting on Joe Biden to give me no money. The African American Resource Advisory Board at the city of Austin just got paid.
Mm-hmm.
Where my money at? Y'all
They
hungry
got
or
it.
nah? Yeah, they got it. Y'all hungry or nah? I will come to every event that y'all have and ask y'all where is my money. Y'all
And
need
what do
to
you have
match.
in your hand? What do you have in your hand? Yo, what color bullhorn?
Oh, my pink one. Yeah, I'll be out there. I'll be like, where's my money? Where's my money? And I call them out by name. Y'all names is on the list for the board. Where's my money, Daryl? I'll be asking the leader of the board, where's my money, Nelson Linder, the leader of the NAACP. I need my paper. I didn't have them people blackball me. I had the leader of the NAACP, y'all, tell me that I was self-hating. I was like, self-hate me? I was jealous and I was hating on the black leadership in Austin. First of all, you 80. You need to go sit down somewhere and stop. You need to cut it out. We
Tell the
ain't
truth.
had he not even training no young kids to be a part of the NAACP. So cut it out. Stop. You know what I'm saying? So I've been, being blackballed and people not wanting to hear from me. And people don't want to hear from me. It's a lot. It's a lot because my grandmother was a civil rights activist here in Austin, Texas. And she was one of those people just like me that would shut it down. You know what I'm saying? And in her shutting things down, her name spoke and ran volumes. They used to call my grandmother the Moses of Austin and Harriet Tubman, all kinds of stuff. She put we have a Turner Roberts Rec Center, we have a recreational center named after my grandma, the Millennium Youth Complex. It's an entertainment complex with bowling, a movie theater, a skate rink, an arcade, and like a food court inside of it. And she made sure that got put there. It's so many things my grandma did for this city at the expense of her family. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? My grandma gave her time to the city and to other people in order to build a community. And it was at the expense of her grandchildren, her children, her husband, and people don't talk about that. So I
Mm-hmm.
get offended and I get pissed off when I see people who really ain't doing shit in the community talk about people who are doing stuff in the
Tell the
community
truth.
as if we're supposed to be on y'all's time. No, I'm on my dime. My
Mm-hmm.
grandma paid to support this city out of her pocket, out of the people's pocket who supported her. So those people who don't know nothing about it, don't tell me what I need to go do, when I need to go do it, or how I need to go do it. Because I do everything I do at the expense of my kids, of my husband, and of my family. It's
Mm-hmm.
an insult, right? Because a lot of us are bootstrapping off of our own money. You know what I'm saying? So it's an
Yes.
insult when people who don't do nothing, not a thing at all, ever, try to come at us like we need to go do more, or we need to shut up and be quiet because people who really do something ain't really gonna be putting it out there. Hell no, I'm screaming from the rooftops. What you talk about? Y'all see my strawberries? Y'all see my watermelons? I hope y'all do, because I see them. I did that. My kids did
Yes.
that. Why wouldn't my kids bring home their pictures? I put them on the refrigerator. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna do the same thing with my own work, right? So people be having the game messed up. People really be having the game twisted. And I think that in real life, um, I ain't wake up with violence, y'all. I don't want nobody to think nothing crazy. But in real life, you get beat up playing games like that, you know. And I
Yes.
think that now today, people just think that they can just run around and do and say anything, and it just is what it is. So even here locally, I go through it, an obstacle. You know, I didn't have to tell the local millionaire, girl, what, girl, you can have it. Where I'm right here on the corner, you can pull up. You mad? She was like, come to the Millennium. Girl, I'm on the way because I know you using the GPS to get to the hood. So what's up? So
You know
I
it
didn't
is.
have I go through all kinds. I go through all kinds of stuff with all kinds of people just to open a space and hold the floor and have let other people come in and be able to do this thing that we call agriculture. So
Your work is phenomenal, and we appreciate you. I want to welcome Gotti. She made it, and she's
Gotti,
here.
home Miss Gotti. I see you
And
off the board
Carlo V,
here.
I want to welcome you. And right away,
Carlo
creative.
V.
I didn't overlook you. You were here first, but I was just happy to see Gotti when I seen her name pop up. So please forgive me. I didn't overlook you. Uh,
Yeah. No, Sim said so. Sim said so. I wouldn't wait for him to do nothing. He needs to go figure out what's going on with Hunter Biden right now.
no,
I wouldn't wait on I'm not waiting on nobody to do
nobody.
nothing. I'm not, do you understand me? I'm not waiting on nobody to do
Nobody. That's
nothing.
what people really don't understand. If it is in you to do it, whatever the mission is, it has to be done. And if you have to do it, then you need to learn everything you can about it and get it done. Um, it's really more than a notion. I helped my sister with a case she's been fighting for almost 5 years, and we're in the courtroom, and me knowing what I know, but not knowing quite how to present it without, taking away from it. She's representing herself. And sometimes when people ask about it, they seem like they care, but it seems like really they're asking like, damn, y'all ain't lost yet. No, and I'm sure that's what the lawyer's saying because it's been 5 years and he's spending plenty of money and I'm spending plenty of nights up reading, writing, and helping her learn what she need to learn. She's reading, writing, we making copies, and all this stuff costs money. To have these channels, this is something we choose to do, and it costs money. Papa Will, thank you. He gives invaluable information, and I can't wait till I interview with him one day. But he was giving marketing ideas on how to get the money, because we don't get the money that the other people get in their super chats and in their cash apps or whatever. It costs money to have StreamYard, to buy the books, even though I buy books anyway. My credit cards are full of books, believe it or not. Some people's are full of other things, but
Yeah.
I try to seek knowledge, and
Right.
unfortunately it costs. So everybody who thinks freedom is free, it ain't free. It costs. And I know we chose this, so you don't have to support us, but when you
Right.
do support us, you really help us help you more, because it
Right.
gives us an opportunity to give you more.
Right.
And the information that Uncle Suge, Armando, Papa Will was willing to give to us, that could even be a little seminar or something that,
Yeah.
all of us newcomers, especially people like me who knows nothing about YouTube, nothing about the internet, nothing about the workings of social media, and then a lot of people say, get your old ass off. Well, fuck you. I'm going to keep my old ass on.
No,
And I'm
that's
going
the
to learn a little
digital.
something because
That's
you
the
need to
digital
hear from me.
divide. No, that's the digital divide. They trying to kill our elders. That's the
Yes.
digital divide. When
Yes.
y'all be that's where they take away their access to the digital world, right?
Yes.
And so
Mm-hmm.
now we've left them lost and lonely in
Yes.
the metaverse. They don't know what's going on. No, that's the digital divide. And that's how, because listen, hell no. No, hold on, wait. I'm sorry.
No.
Hold up.
Do it, girl.
First of all, ain't nobody out here going to none of these meetings at the city, the school board, none of that, except our elders.
Tell, tell the truth.
Listen, they stopped going during COVID, right? During COVID, everything went on the internet. They
Mm-hmm.
doing Zoom calls for city council, Zoom for the school board. Guess who don't do Zoom? The elders.
The
It's the
elderly.
digital divide. Now it's nobody in the room on these meetings that look
Mm-hmm.
like us, Asiatic. Nobody. Because a lot of niggas ain't up off in there already. So now they just pushing it through. That COVID money was swinging around the world. It was swinging through
Yes, it
Austin,
was.
Texas. It was swinging through Atlanta, Georgia. And none of y'all got none of it. Only the people scamming and programming
Mm-hmm.
got paid.
Tell the truth, sister. What you say, scamming and programming. And we know that that's true because we see that most of us, and I'm just adding my age because most of the people that I encounter here on the net is somewhere between 35 and let's say 55. Most of us are too busy scattering through different chats trying to keep up with the fucking beef. And so the question is, where is the beef? You're going to really be asking that question real goddamn soon. But it ain't going to be no beef on no internet. It's going to be the beef that you used to ingest in your stomach when you needed to eat. And then you got some that don't want to eat beef, and then some don't want to eat pork, and then some don't want to eat poultry, whatever the fuck you want to eat. If we don't learn about this food shortage that is being set for us, doesn't mean that it's not plentiful. It means that it is a plan in action, in operation. And if we don't start learning how to do something different, they need us gone. And they need us gone because we are the heirs to the world's largest estate.
I
And
believe
when
this is
people
true.
hear that, they just want to know about the estate. But you got to learn what goes with that. And if you don't know trust law, and if you don't know finances, and if you don't know estate law, that's what the states are. The states went from estate, which is ours,
Hmm.
to the state. The
Mm.
state is a country of itself. And what they did so that they could rule the country, they came up with the United States, which the U and state means unum sanctum. So
Mm.
you would have to go back to 1201 to the secret treaty of Verona, and then you would go to the doctrine of discovery, and then you would go to the Spanish Inquisition. So you got to study history, not just this history that they gave us, but world history to know who we are. And
You
some
have
of
to
us were
know.
bad people. And so I get so damn tired of hearing everybody talking about we from Epica and we were kings and queens. Every goddamn body wasn't no king and no queen. Well, you know, the Indians, we the Indians, well, everybody wasn't a fucking chief. You know, you have to have some followers, and you got to be a good follower in order to be a great leader. If you can't follow, if you are not willing and can't learn, then you're not teachable. And I can't tell
Exactly.
you anything. And so most of the people don't want to hear shit I have to say. And that's in real life. So y'all don't feel bad. And I don't feel bad when many don't flock to the room. Many I used to love to see the names and the people. They're not here. And I'm not angry because when I get off of here, I had so many people that's going to be done looked at this. It makes me smile. And me and my producer and my daughter and my son, we just get so damn happy to see that
Yeah.
people are watching. They
Yeah.
really are. And they're really watching in Texas. I thought most of the people watching me came from the East Coast. But when I looked at my analytics, 40% comes from Dallas and Houston area. And
Mm-hmm.
my nephew and his other family, his wife and her sisters and brothers, and Carolyn and different people. My niece A Powers, they are from that area. So it makes my heart feel good to know that 40% of my people are really from here, because one of the scriptures that I love, and my sons say that I'm just conceited, and that is, a prophet is without honor in its own hometown. So, most people that don't support you. You think they're going to support you. You think they're happy for you. They tell you you ought to do it. You good at it. You really need to be the one to do it. And you fuck around and do it. And then they stop talking to you. The littlest of shit make them angry and make them mad. And they say, no, you just shitty. And sometimes I am shitty. But in those times that shit happened between us, I wasn't trying to be shitty. But it happens. It really does. And it's painful, but shit, you suck that shit up like I do with no teeth and grin like a motherfucker. And if anybody don't like it, you see how beautiful Tiffany teeth are? Former Nancy, I will receive. I don't want no motherfucking dentures, because I got some beautiful $3,000 dentures. I want me some goddamn permanents. So if you don't like this smile and you got any money, I sure would love me a set of permanent teeth.
Period.
Would. So, come on, son. I know that's you.
Come on with it. Y'all,
I'm on there, but come on in.
We lit. Come on in here.
Okay, so I have this last question. That's my question, but I also have another question that came from the audience.
Okay.
I want to ask my last question. Oh, that's it. Okay, Seti.
Yeah. Hey, son.
Seti. Everybody said, hey.
Oh, what's up? What's
up? This is my nephew, baby.
Hey, I'm coming down here. I'm doing good. I'm coming down here.
Show my handsome nephew. You got to get over that way. That's my handsome nephew, baby.
How you doing? All right. Oh my God, y'all looking like.
This is come on, my beautiful niece. Let y'all see my beautiful niece. Hi.
Hey, it's the cheekbones. That's how y'all know it's real.
Yeah, you know
cheekbones, baby. Yes.
Cherry Key Moore's like a mug.
Yeah, I need to look it up. These things are here.
Right. Okay. See y'all. Yeah, that's my niece and my nephew. Yeah, my sister that lives here and take care of me, that's her daughter. She has the daughter, and I have a son. And I pretty much reared her daughter because my sister worked in the evening. And then she reared my son when I worked. So,
yes.
Oh, thank you. From some watermelon. Baby, I got it going on. See how loved I am?
Yes.
Okay, y'all, we finna get like them other people. Hit the cash out.
Hit the cash out. Hit the cash out.
Former Nancy's
sub up.
We have it up there. $ Former Nancy. Y'all, please. We accept $1, $2, $3, $4, $5. If you want to give more, we accept that too. We're not just begging just to be begging. We're not out here panhandling and shit.
We got to take care of them strawberries.
We need them strawberries on the farm. We need some collards and some mustards and turnips, because I'm going to Austin to get my shit. So we really need to support one another. Please subscribe to Former Nancy if you're not subscribed. Please subscribe to Cookie's World. I really would love for us to learn more about who we are. Cookie's going to come on at the end of the month and tell us more about the tarot. So please, anybody that's not subscribed, we're trying to get these ladies to 1,000. If we can get to 1,000, and I'm there, if we can get to 1,000 and be over 1,000, then we can monetize, because Former Nancy has the hours, I'm sure. She has so many videos out there. And if not, she's very close to it. We got to get 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours. We have to get that in order to qualify to monetize. And I also want to just let everybody know, I am applying for monetization, and I'm going to be asking for memberships. And with memberships come perks. So if you would consider that, that's another way that you can support us, by having memberships. And if you don't have money to hit the cash app, then, that's fine. We understand that everybody is working at a deficit. But one thing I know about people, because I know this about myself, you spend money on what you want. So I'm not trying to tell you how to spend your money, but I'm damn sure one of those women that ain't afraid to ask. Now, that's what you need to know about me. I am not bashful.
I came up on here with my yellow. Yeah, I came up on here with my yellow light termination letter. I was like, hold up, swole up. I'm going to have to ask my subscribers, somebody, because
yes. You need to do it. We did the same thing with that water bill you had. We gave all we had to
Yeah,
give. So that's worthy,
yeah.
because shit,
And we
I'll
made
throw
it
away.
through. And we made it through that.
Yeah,
You know
I'll
what I'm
throw
saying?
away, and I don't really call it throwing away, but I'll help anybody that I can, and I
Yeah.
do that because my mom was that type of person, and my mom was what they call a maid, a domestic engineer. That's
Mm-hmm.
the beautiful name, the politically correct name, if you don't want to be a maid. But goddamn it, when she went to those white people, which are Europeans, when she went to those European homes, that's why I don't get caught up with the sir and the ma'am, and I really hate that shit because I was born in 1958. So I was born right on the end of Jim Crow. And when I would go to work with my mom, because she didn't have anybody to keep me, uh, it was little children that were European that was younger than me. My mom was saying ma'am and sir to. So nobody can make me believe that's no motherfucking me respect. That is a slave mentality. Now, what I will do, because our seniors didn't get that when they were growing up because they were boy and gal. But as we got older and time got closer to the civil rights era, then we start saying ma'am and sir to our people. That's why they demanded that you say sir and ma'am, because that's something that they missed out on. So I don't mind doing that to the senior citizens because I know that's what they're accustomed to. But I
Right.
don't ma'am and sir, and I don't teach my son or any children up under me to ma'am and sir anybody. My daddy taught us that your yay be yay and your nay be nay. And that's
Period.
written also. So I'll have to go with what I was taught. I know how to respect you without cussing and without saying yes, sir, Bowser. No, sir. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. I know how to just say yes. Yes. I appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, I learned the niceties in life. This question here is talk to us about agricultural genealogy, if you would.
Ooh, agricultural genealogy. So that's like tracing your heritage through farming and agriculture, right? So I came up with this thing because when I was tracing my family and my family history, everybody was in agriculture. So then I started just tracing the farms. And I was like, okay, this farm moved to this hens, these hens, those hens. And so agriculture genealogy to me is just a way that we're able as Asiatic peoples to trace back our place on the land, where
Mm,
where we've been. And come on,
girl, now you better preach.
okay, you see him? You see him? Gave myself chills. So it's just how we can trace ourselves back on the land, and for me it's just work because I'm trying to get ready, okay? Because Mayor Adler is testing reparations. He playing around with black embassies and restitutions, and when it's time, I'm coming with my paperwork. I'm coming with my binder. It's about this thick and all my evidence, and y'all gonna have to pay me, my kids, my husband gonna have to go to Louisiana and New Orleans to get his paper, but but everybody that's from Austin, Texas, that is a descendant of a slave on record in y'all census records, I'ma need me. So yeah, I think that agricultural genealogy is something that I just kind of was like, I do genealogy. What about agricultural genealogy? And so it's a thing. It's a thing. I'm gonna write about it. I'm working on a book called Old Black Money. Old Black Money is already in the works. I'm gonna be putting it out there hopefully in the next
So
six
it's gonna
months.
be
I need to
old
get with
Asiatic money then. It's gonna
Oh
change.
Asiatic money.
Yeah,
Ooh.
beautiful, beautiful. See, you know what Noble Drew really Noble Drew Ali taught us? The way you change the mind of the people is that you change the literature that they read.
Yep.
That's why I love too. Uncle Shug wrote a book,
Yep.
and
And I need
we
to get with
discussed that.
him.
Yeah,
When he
we
said
we,
it
we
took him
discussed
eight
that.
months to a year, I really need to get with him because I have so many notes. I have so many notes, and I record myself talking,
Oh,
and I just
good.
put I record myself talking, and just being able to organize it will be great. However, I also farm and I also have kids. Football season started. I also have a husband. You know, he be wanting to do date nights, and so just being able to organize myself um, better and work that way is something that I need to do. And you know, we 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 just out here, man, y'all. I mean, I'll be just trying to build generational wealth for my kids. You know, what can I leave them except for
Other than a
knowledge?
good story and waiting on the
Exactly.
Lord, waiting on the Lord to come get them because the Lord's coming. Anonymous Wish said something back there that I didn't see. And she said the digital divide has been going on a long time, but it's evolved. It used to be the lack of hardware and broadband access. Now it's about code literacies too. The intergenerational gap is huge, and we don't even see it. We don't even know it. And I just seen somebody name that I didn't call. I think I called C. Roberts. If I didn't, I want to acknowledge you. But Zeb Okenjo Brown, I want to acknowledge you, and I'm so sorry. But I have to go back and see shit. You know, I'm elderly, as they say. I'm people's elder, so you have to forgive me here. I'm gonna get my eyes tested real soon. I got an appointment coming up. Let me see. Wilma said something, and she had a question before this, but let me just stop with this. I ran across this. Everyone, if you live in Austin area, please stop by Farmer Nancy's farm and purchase clean, fresh, healthy fruits and vegetables of the season from her. Please support and feed your family. And then Nancy, you can tell them like the seasons and stuff when you have it, because you know I was trying to get some stuff and you had just sold out of everything. So
Yes.
I know it takes
So
time to grow.
this fall season, we want to try to definitely grow big for the holidays. You know, everybody subscribe to something different. All I know is that at the end of the year, baby, the collard greens is coming out, chitlins, sweet potatoes, the broccoli casseroles, all that is about to be
Mm-hmm.
the end of the year. So Farmer Nancy about to start growing them collards, mustards, turnips, radishes, beets, herbs, sage, thyme, rosemary, all that. We about to get it popping, and yeah, I don't know what to tell.
Meaty gave me several great compliments, and I want to thank you, Meaty. I just seen them. I'm trying to get to this question that Wilma asked because we're about at the end of the road as far as the questions that I have for Former Nancy. Okay, she said, could you please explain? We already did that. She wants you to talk about food deserts. You know, what do they mean? And she was talking about the gardens. Here it is. Farmer Nancy, can you give us a quick discussion about urban gardens, container gardens, and small kitchen gardens, and what plants grow best in those gardens?
Okay, so your small kitchen gardens, you're gonna want to grow your herbs. You're gonna want to grow the rosemaries, the thymes, those things that you can sit in small containers or small jars on the windowsill in your kitchen, or you know, if you want to hang them over, if you're in an apartment, hang them over the balcony. Those are things you want to grow your herbs in something like that. And then your container gardening, you can pretty much do you can do a lot with container gardening. There's hold on one second, y'all. My computer, I need to go grab my charger. Hold on one second.
That's fine. Yeah, chat. I want to thank y'all for staying with me. I greatly appreciate it. You don't know how much. And I'm so happy to see Gotti and to know that she's here with us. Uncle Suge, you just dear. I mean, I couldn't ask for greater mentor, and you. I just made you my mentor. Um, my sister has a goddaughter, and she's the board member that comes and visit with us, and she just made my sister her godmother. So, I just made you my mentor, and what a great one to have. I appreciate you for spending this much time with us because I know you're busy all the time, as are we all.
Yes.
And Nurse
I'm glad
Petty,
that
I'm
he's
so happy
here.
to see you. I really am. And Papa Will, thank you for all of that knowledge. Allison, hello, Allison. I want to acknowledge you. Okay, so you were telling us
Yeah,
something.
so the container gardens, you can do a lot with container gardens. I would say do leafy greens. I would say do leafy greens in containers. You can do maybe right now squashes, maybe. Uh, but containers, leafy greens. I say just stick to your greens. That way you can just pick them. Peppers, you can just pick them, stuff like that. And then when you have your regular gardens, you want to diversify. Just grow the things that you need, grow the things that you like. Don't try to go too big, don't try to do too much. Pick one thing, start there. Don't try to grow all the things because your soil might not be right in particular for all the things. You might not have enough space for how squash grows out so huge. So we just want to be mindful of that because you don't want to start to do things like food waste because then you don't have to compost it and turn everything over. But I always stand on calling my farm a farm because y'all ain't I'm out here farmer. I put myself on the census. I couldn't wait for the census. When I started becoming a farmer, I was like, boy, I can't wait for the census to come out. As soon as it's coming out, I'm putting my name down as a farmer, a black farmer, so that when they go back through the records, if my kids is ever looking up their ancestry, my name gonna say farmer on the occupation, just like theirs did.
One of the saddest things about the census, and that goes back to that Freedmen's Bureau and the Trail of Tears for the people they call the Indians that are us. Um, that's when the problem really came when they started taking the census because
Yep.
they put down what they wanted to put down. They
Yep.
didn't put down the truth, and they're doing that to this day. And said something about the average DNA test race wise only goes no further than 100 years. I think you should stray away from DNA testing, especially since they use DNA to do what they want to do with it. Nobody can tell you shit. If your mom and your daddy and your family didn't tell you about something about your heritage, then
Yep.
just know if you was born here, you're Asiatic Moor. And Moor means your bloodline. It means Moabites. That's the ancient name. But it doesn't necessarily mean you have to associate with the Science Temple, but you can associate with the Science Temple if you need to be associated with something. But I think that we kind of end up trading one religion or thought of school for
For
another.
another.
And then you start letting somebody tell you what to do. The key to this life is knowing that you created the law, meaning your ancestors, and that you law over yourself. And as long as you don't hurt anybody and don't allow anybody to hurt you, no harm has been done. I see your little pup.
Yes.
Let me see.
She
Uh,
made.
so I wouldn't trust giving up my DNA for the simple reason some people have been at home in the bed asleep, but because they submitted to a DNA test for one reason or another, they were in Georgia at midnight committing a crime. And you know that didn't happen, but if the DNA say you were there, you were there. So salute,
Well,
real Chase. I just saw you come in. Anonymous Witch said, former Nancy, I think this is when you was talking about the book, maybe. She was saying another great strategy, you probably need a developmental editor, and she knows some good folks if you need a list. So
I need
that
an
is
editor.
good news. And then Carolyn said, I got put out of a grocery store for going off on a young European girl, some age as I was at the time, around 14 or 15. She called my grandfather by his first name, and he called her ma'am, and I was livid. That's
Mm,
because they taught us the way they were taught. So, we know that they did the best they could with what they had, and we don't get angry with them because they were trained as
right.
animals. And we have trained our children as animals. And a lot of us think we're intellectual and we went to school. But again, if you can't tell me about finance, if you can't tell me about politics that run this world, if you can't tell me that you know that this is not money when you have a Federal Reserve note in your hand, then shut the fuck up. because you can't tell me nothing. You just know your subject very well, and you just got a piece of paper in that subject. That don't
Yes,
make you any wiser than anybody else. What you learn is knowledge. My people are destroyed for the lack of knowledge. So seek knowledge. That's what you seek. And reading is fundamental. And once you learn
reading is
that,
fundamental.
we can knock down all of these titles. They give us titles again to divide and conquer. They give us
Yes,
degrees to divide and conquer. Anything that can make me want to compete against you, that's to divide and
and
conquer.
conquer.
The only person I compete against is me. That's who I compete
Yeah.
against. Everybody else, I just accept and love. And I might not even accept your ass. I might not, but I might. I have a choice. And
I done
that's
came
what we
far.
need to know. We have a choice. We think we don't have choices, but we have choices if we choose. And Anonymous saying, referencing the senses, I think she's going to say something for us. Oh, let me see. It was one of the first instances of data warfare. Oh, okay. I see what she's saying. She wrote this
Yes,
ahead of time. She said it was one of the first instances of data warfare against us. The
yes,
minute you become information, the law can use to control your mortality and livelihood. And they do that, and y'all, they do that also when they tell you to do a survey. And if you notice, every company, everything you do, would you take this survey? We want to know your opinion. They're using our minds against us, and they're putting it in a data bank. And
yeah.
it's so much stuff that's going on that we don't have to say Afro Asiatic. You can choose to say that, but Asiatic, that's what the oldest bones were.
Yeah.
And the afro and all that shit, they want to give it because of our skin tone. That keeps you in the mindset of being different. Everybody came from you. So I don't give a damn what they call themselves. They came from you. Everybody came from one woman. I've done a show about matriarchal, and I'm going to do it again and again until we understand that this is a matriarchal world. I'm talking nature. The men, Constantine in 325, made it patriarchal when they took the mother away from the Trinity. And then they got us believing the Trinity is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. And people really get mad at me, and I've lost friends since I've learned who I am. But damn, even Jesus had a mother. So if we got a Father, a Son, and a Holy Ghost, where the fucking mama?
That's
We got to
crazy.
start using our minds. But I was there. And one thing Noble Drew Ali said is you meet people where they are. So if you're there and you want to stay there, stay there. I just want to give you the knowledge, let you do some of the research, because we got to know this stuff for ourselves. We can't say what Farmer Nancy said, well, Toothless said, Cookie said, Anonymous said, Simset said, Allison said, you know, MGO 707 said, you know, Uncle Suge said, Papa Will, you can't do that. All Smile said, uh, Wilma Flagstaff said, C. Roberts says, we can't do that. When you tell something, you got to say, I know.
I know.
I'm remembering. We got to know for ourselves, and
Yep.
then you live accordingly. And
Yep.
it was something else down here. Did you want to say something else, Former Nancy? I want to just say salute to M.
Oh yes. So
Yeah.
about the census too, right? It was the first form of warfare against us data collection. But listen, I found so I appreciate them for going around and putting my people on the list for
Mm-hmm.
the data collection and the warfare because I
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't have known that they was there. I would have
Mm-hmm.
had to figure it out. So I appreciate them for not maybe necessarily realizing that they was putting their name down on the list for some future warfare. But it's all
Mm-hmm.
right. Cause me,
Mm-hmm.
I seen your name, Papa. I'm here. I got your back.
And he know it. He right
That's
there.
what I'm Don't be fooling around with me because it's instant karma. I'm telling you, it will come and it will get you because I stand firm, y'all. I just stand firm. and knowing that I am walking in my purpose and I'm walking in my gift, and can't nobody stop me, can't nobody take that away from me, can't nobody tell me that they coming to do the work for me, and none of that. That's why I wanted to share what it is as a Black Asiatic woman to be erased from history, to have your work erased or have anyone try to come and take that away from you. I won't stand for it at all. Never. I have a daughter. I have one daughter. I have 4 children, but I have one daughter. And so if I can't teach her how to stand tall as a woman, then I think that I failed all my kids.
And that's true.
because that's my baby, that's my princess, that's my everything.
But
And
that's you.
so, yes,
So you
and
recreated you.
exactly.
Yeah.
And so I can never let somebody try to come and say that I didn't do something that I've done. And so that's how I ended up here, y'all. That's how I ran into Toothless. This being in this circle and this sector of people, the names that I'm seeing in the chat and everything like
Tell
that.
the story. Tell the story.
I came here because I was in the space. I was in this bus life sector space. I could have been in any other space. I could have been in the farming space. I watched that kind of stuff,
Mm-hmm.
but I was here in the space like everybody else that's here. We was, hearing powerful words. We believed that those powerful words were really real, or maybe had some type of tangible work behind them, but it didn't. And when it didn't, you speak up and you speak out, and somebody is gonna always try to shut you down.
Yes.
But they can't shut me down, because I don't give a damn. I'll be standing outside across the street, like I said, on the easement, the public easement where I pay my taxpayer dollars to be at, with my bullhorn and my poster boards ready.
I've seen it. I've seen
Ready
it.
for ready for action to get with the shit. So that's me every time. So I appreciate being able to come and speak to you and share with you, and anybody have questions, you have more questions, I'm here for it. We up.
Y'all have any questions?
We bring
And one thing I want to say,
heat.
Sim said that the name of the lady name was Dinkanish. And Sim said, I'm gonna give you that, but I just know Lucy, and she can be Dinkanish, Nakadash, whoever you know her to be, and I'm gonna say that you know that because I haven't read that one yet, but I'm gonna take your word for it. Because when we learn about language and how they came up with it and the spells that they have for us, one of the things I seen this on Instagram, but I was telling people this when I first started learning the stuff that I'm learning. When I learned about spells, about awake. What is awake? Awake is like a party for the dead.
Yeah.
Okay. And then when you look at morning, we say good morning, but what do? Morning is actually mourning the dead.
Yeah.
And then you look at, where do the ashes go of the dead? In an urn. And what do? We have to earn money, so they're killing us. And then we go with the week end, and then that means it makes you weak. So when you start looking at that words and their play on words, that's why it's very important to change the literature and know that words are very important, because you speak word one way, but
Right.
when you're talking to somebody who's trained, they are speaking another language. And when you go and you say that, and well, shit, I just went to say something and seen what Anonymous Wish said, and then she
No,
said,
we can't.
I don't know if I can pronounce
Artipithecus.
and older than Lucy. So many new discoveries every single day, and they all are Asiatic female. So
Yeah.
if we could just get into the agreement that they all Asiatic female, All the other shit really don't matter what they called them because they done called us so many damn things since the beginning of time.
Yeah.
We could go on and on and on, but we need to call us who we are. And we fail as Moors, and we need to rise as Moors. That's all I'm trying to get people to understand. But
They'll
that
understand.
is very good, Anonymous. And one
Somebody.
thing I love about you, Anonymous, you know some hell of a shit.
Yes.
I'm not deep down, and I'm not saying you are Anonymous, so this part ain't for you. I'm talking to all the people that may have studied Islam. I know that Islam is taught in degrees and it's not a religion, it is a degree of knowledge. And the acronym for Islam is I, self, law, am master. Or,
Mm.
it could be I, self, law, adept, which is the highest degree of learning, master. So I understand that. I'm not a 5%er, so you might have studied with the Nwapis and all of them damn. I don't know none of that shit. All I know is the research that I did and I learned, and I wanted to come on and share the little that I know for the people that want to journey on and learn more. I don't know a whole lot about nothing. I just went on a journey 9 years ago, and I just wanted to share it. So I don't know all of the Kemetic names and all the deities, and I don't know all of that. I know just enough to tell you enough, and you research it. And if I'm wrong, you say, "Damn, shit, she was wrong in the motherfucker about that." And if it happens to be you see it like I saw it, then we walk in agreement and teach somebody else. Because my thing is just to get us back to researching and learning for ourselves, because we were trained to only learn what we've been told. We don't even know to have some certain questions because it's not nowhere in our thought pattern. But sometimes you might be that person like me, and you might be that person that says, in your mind, something just don't seem right. And I wonder, so and so and so. Well, now this little tool that we keep in our hands, I never can get the camera right. This little tool here, yes, you can ask it a question. And I know that humans put shit in here, but I just want you to understand you can ask it a question, and 9 times out of 10, it's going to take you to some truth. And you can even go to the Library of Congress in your own bedroom or living room and ask the question of a librarian, ask them to send you the documents if you need to see some things in
Yep.
history. And Anonymous said yes, and was if some geography point understood. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Somebody, I think somebody asked if I ship my produce. You know what? I'll ship you some produce. We can test how it works because I've been wanting to find people who I can ship produce to see what type of different packagings I need to use. Like once it gets there, you can let me know the quality. Should I use different type of packaging? Should I freeze it? Whatever. But yeah, definitely I don't mind. I don't have no problems with shipping out produce. I signed up for the Amazon grocery list. Sure did. Sure did. So I could see, so I could be sending Amazon my produce to send to the grocery. They have a program that you can do that from. So I mean, yeah, it is what it is. I'm with it.
I was sending Simset a message. She was telling me to look at this guy that I would like him, and I was going to say thank you so much. And if you want to
Example.
be interviewed and share your journey and your knowledge, if you want to, Simset, and you can stay behind the avatar, I don't mind. I don't mind interviewing anybody who has a business. If you want to advertise, because this is all over the world. If you want to advertise what you do on here, that's what these Tuesdays are for, and that's why they're normally 1 hour. But somebody as important as former Nancy, I thought we just need to go a little bit longer, and she was willing to give us the time because there's going to be a time when shit is going to cost to talk or hear anything former Nancy has to say. And so
Hey,
while we can help each other at no cost to one another, we want to get her out here, and I want to be able to be one of the ones to say I did it.
yep,
Like the interview with Uncle Suge was epic for me, and I really enjoyed it. And so to be able to put history out here for the world to see, because this lady is actually history. And for us to be able to walk together and talk together and start out, in the mud together,
yep.
although I'm in the
It's great.
shade because I'm not going to do much of shit, but I'll do what I can. I'm not
And
going
I
to be.
don't want and when y'all see me out here in these streets, y'all see me out here in the YouTube streets and these chats and stuff. Say what's up. You know what I'm saying? Because that's how I get my love going into the chats, because everybody has their different message. Everybody is on their own stuff. You know, we don't. Everybody's doing their thing with the beef and all that stuff. But in the midst of the chaos and the beef and all that stuff, I just want to be a pillar of light. I just want to be able to shine bright and be able to say, you know, hey, y'all ship's about to sink. Here go the lighthouse. Y'all better come pull up on this lighthouse because
That's the
because
truth.
I was drowning. And I've seen some creators start to drown. I've seen
Yeah.
creators start to get caught up in it and almost lose their way. You know what I'm saying? And I've had to step in.
Yeah, I need to step in, sister.
I've had to step in and
Could
be
you
like,
tell us?
don't you do it. Don't you go that direction. Don't sell yourself short because you better than that. You know what I'm saying? And they might not have taken it the best way. You know, not everybody takes, guidance. And then forget criticism. This is guidance. Not everybody takes guidance in the best light, but to be able to guide people back on the right path and see them come out on the other side unscathed. Yeah,
It's beautiful the way you handle that. I love the way you do it. My son has been telling me, I say I'm not in the beef and everything. He said, but anytime you say something, then that puts you in the beef. But in my mind, I wasn't in the beef, because I don't talk about that kind of stuff here. I try to lift people up, but I do have
right.
opinions, and when there is an opportunity for me to express it, I did. And he said, well, hell, that put you in the shit. So I had to admit to him last night after I was on Uncle Suge's show, because we had a good damn time with Armando, and he gave us a courtroom scene, and he asked me to be a part of it. So I had to be a part of it. I didn't have to, but I wanted to, and I was a part of it. So, I had to call my son and tell him, well, son, shit, I guess I'm a part of the damn shit. But I'm not, responding. But he said, but anytime you say something, that means you respond. I said, okay, he think he's my father, and I reared him very well. So, I don't get too mad at him. But he know his mother. But I some things I just need to say. And, I said
Right.
them. But I'm not.
I had to say it.
I'm not doing that. I don't want to go tit for tat. I can talk shit with the best of them, but I don't want to talk shit. And I'm not no fighter. And some shit, these people say is fighting words. And then the shit they're doing, doxing people and putting their family's information out, could be dangerous, not because they're going to do it, but because somebody who could be crazy enough that's following them, that be beholden to them, they don't even know them, but they feel this need to avenge them. You know how the kung fu movies used to be? They got to avenge their father, and then they could end up getting somebody hurt, and that could happen to anybody, and it can happen anywhere. But I gave a quote, and this is so true. The only way that evil and wrong prevail is when good men do nothing. So we all love to say we're integral and we're good, but we let all this shit go on, and
the shit goes on.
They don't
and
want
it's sad,
to stop
and they don't
it.
want to talk about it, and they'll overlook. Like, I'm gonna tell you, I feel some kind of way that a lot of creators that they see me move around in this space ignored what I was saying. They was watching my videos. I had videos, I was only getting like 14, 15 views, couple views. I made the last maybe 3-4 videos ago was shooting up because it was drama. They wanted to see what this person was gonna say, what I was gonna say. That's just petty and childish. I'm not gonna insult. The only thing I got to say is you better than that. I can help you figure out a different path. Leave this shit alone. Leave these crazy people alone, baby, and go on about yourself and keep being great, because this ain't where it's at. And so when it starts to fizzle out, we gonna see what it is and see where things go. But as for me, I unsubscribe. I ain't lying. I unsubscribe from a lot of people. I did. You know what I'm saying? I unsubscribed from a couple of people because that's I don't want to continue to hear people say you get more off the drama. We know you get more off the drama, the positive side, such. But you're not supporting anything positive.
Yeah.
How can you say that but not try to at least support some positive things to balance out the scales of the universe.
Yes.
I
Uh,
don't understand it.
we
It
don't
hurts.
understand
It
as a
messes with
people.
me. It
As a
messes with
people.
me. It
As a
messes
people,
with
we
me
don't.
so
Oh, I
bad.
keep saying shit. Let me shut the fuck up.
And you
Let
just
me put me on mute.
and you'll just leave the positive there to die and to fend for itself, How do y'all do that? I I don't know how you go out there and want to fight the fight and beat them down for so many negative and toxic things. But when it's a positive person and a person is speaking truth and a person is coming with realness, you'll shun them. You'll look away. You'll turn away. That's sad. But who's out there doing the work? That positive person that you shun, that you looked away from. And they have to do it off the backs of themselves and their families. Like and so it's devastating to me, but it is what it is, whatever, I guess whatever, but
Yeah,
it's
it's
sad.
called shock video.
It's
Shock
sad.
video and the shock value, and that's good, and that can only last so long. But we're the people
I
that's
do
hurting.
too, Sim
We're
said.
hurting the most. Our kids are getting shot down in the street. We're getting drugged off the street. We got people who claim they care about. Y'all get mad about the police, but what about the black on black crime? But hell, y'all on here beefing like y'all want
This
to kill
is
each
black on black crime. This is
other.
black
Who
on black
knows?
crime. What was the, oh my God, this is some damn black on black crime. Like
And
how do y'all watch another black woman get treated so dastardly and then y'all turn around and act like nothing happened? That's black on black crime. That's like what? No. So there it goes to the picking and choosing of who we like, what they talking about. But can't nobody never double down on me and come at me like what I do ain't real. I don't care what nobody say. I fight toothless. I know how to fight. And I'm with it.
and
Yeah.
I fight on paper, and I know
I
how to fight
got
too. I advocate for people, and I've gotten a lot of things done for
I
people
feel
incarcerated, for people that's free, for people that have been evicted, people that are about to be evicted, people that are fighting for, like my sister, for injury that really happened to her, that they got these laws so wrapped up. And see, we don't realize, well, they say pick yourself up by your bootstraps. God damn it, we got on the boots, the straps, the strings, they tied. But when there's laws against you inside of the laws for everybody, then you can only go so far until
right.
you learn that color of law is what we're getting. And until you learn how to deal with the color, I tell people, if they would email me, I'll send them the book Silent Weapons, because we're being killed by silent weapons for quiet wars. And I tell them about the Black's Law Dictionary. Then you need to learn that your everyday words that are in the Black's Law Dictionary that you think mean what you think they mean. In law, they mean something totally different. And when you think you're having, they're called legalese. And when you think you're having a normal conversation with a person, if they have that knowledge, you're not. You
Right.
are being had, and they can tell by what you say that you don't know shit. And so when you tell people this, oh, that's good. Oh, you're good. I tell you so many times, former Nancy, that I wanted to really give up, even though I said I'll do this for free, and I do. I do this in my everyday life. I see here, Elle All Smiles, that's my daughter. And she says, and I tell everybody that's my daughter by blood and not by birth, because I only gave birth to one child, but I brought her home from the hospital. She's my great niece. And I brought her home after the day she was born. And I reared her for the first 3 to 6 years of her life. So she honors me as her mom and her aunt. And I honor her as my only daughter that I'll ever have in life. And she said, TT, you're amazing. Wish more people could be like minded. You know,
Yeah.
and then people tell us, they say, when I said it hurt me when the beef started and how it happened. Oh, how can you be hurt by people you don't even know? Well, how the hell can I sit up and cry for a goddamn woman who said they lost a child that I don't know? And I'm not insensitive to loss. I'm not being ignorant or ugly, but I'm saying, how can you have it both ways? Either I can feel for you as a human, and like I tell people, you don't have to meet people face to face.
Right.
Anytime you interact with someone, anytime, and
Yeah.
it's more than one occasion, and you get to know anything about each other, if it's nothing but saying salute in the chat,
Yeah.
when you don't see that person as a human, you miss that person.
Yeah.
Damn, wonder where they at. Wonder what happened. And you
Yeah.
keep going. And
And I
then
and I've had, I don't want to cut you off, but
don't cut me off because I
I've
cut
had
people off all the time. So keep
I've
going.
had online friends that just disappeared. Like my husband, he games and he's had friends. He had a close friend that we was cool. We was gaming and vibing for like 5, 6, 7 months. Almost every other night, getting on, they hanging out, boys just doing the most. And then he just went ghost. And we haven't talked to him in almost a year and a half, 2 years. I mean, his Instagram went ghost, his everything. And so you really can be affected by dealing with people on who you speak through every day. I mean, this
That's
is
true.
something we doing every day. And something you said that your feelings were hurt from somebody in a letter. People don't realize before we had this form of communication,
Mm.
people fell in love
Shit, I
through
did.
letters.
Through letters. It
Through
happened.
letters, people broke up. You get that letter and you reading it and you thinking it's all love, and in that letter he telling you he
Yeah.
just can't do it no more. Like, people have so through letters,
If people tell the truth,
letters.
oh, yeah, it
You know
happens.
what I'm saying?
Because you're
So
honest when you're right. You're more
exactly.
intimate when you're right. I want to tell Nafai, salute, and Majestic Pharaoh, salute. I saw you guys come in and we was engaging in conversation, but I always want to acknowledge you and want you to feel welcome. Thank you for coming and spending any time that you spend with me. And I too, Sim said, I miss Tough Love, and I like when he put up stuff on his community
His
thing.
community tab, yeah.
And
I
I
used
took
to listen
pictures
to a
of
lot
that.
of the neo soul. He would put a lot of songs and music and stuff up, and I would play it in the mornings when I would get my kids up in the mornings ready for school. I would play his stuff, and then he would share on his community tab and wake my kids up to some smooth jazz in the morning. And
He's
instead of just shocking them out they sleep, get your ass up, it's time for school. I'm playing the smooth jazz, like wake up, baby, it's time for school.
he's an awesome guy because he was the only one that made a video on my behalf and yours. I don't
Yeah,
know if you've seen it, but it
I
was
didn't. I'm gonna
awesome.
go check it out. I never
Oh, you need
saw
to
it.
go see it because when you read it, it sounds like he's really finna get on our ass. When
Yeah,
you read the title, and that goes with that, as Wilma said, with that shock video. So
yeah,
that's that clickbait that they speak of. You
yeah.
think you're finna read some real? That's that shit that you did with your beautiful video.
Hey, it was
Where
going
it sounds
down.
like it's really going to be one way, but it's the other way. Well, he did that, but then he just gave us, you know, um, big ups and encouraged us, thanked us for being women that did no wrong, but was treated unjustly, and how
Right.
easy people turn against you just because. And see, I don't like to hear that term that 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 they got people put here, and it's been like that. That's called COINTELPRO. It's called, our people selling us out like they do. But they're put here to destroy. It's called divide and conquer. And
Right.
these people are paid big bucks to do this because they're broke individuals and they need the money. So first they build everybody up together only to tear all of us down. But we
Mm,
all met because of that individual, and they knew, the ones who planned it out knew we would. Now they didn't know which one of us were going to all get together, but they know we as the sheeple and the cattle were going to all come up in one big herd. So they use words like end game and go along, get along game. And you only go with those you like, and you're free thinkers, or you change the narrative. I almost hate these damn
I
sayings.
am.
Uh Trigger, you're
Damn.
triggering me. I almost hate this shit. But those are things that let's call mind control. They repeat them enough, and now everybody that you hear on their platform are using those words over and over and over and over, but they're put there to divide and conquer. And people
Right.
don't realize that. And the only reason they say that we're upset, which we're not upset, we're just real about reality. But my daddy said to this, and I say this to everybody: rarely do you catch a nigga complaining when it's in his favor. So as long as you're getting treated right and good, hell, you don't have a reason to complain.
Yeah.
But if
But
you,
once,
for no reason, through no fault of your own, start getting attacked, get kicked off a show for asking a question on a show that's supposed to be about the question that you asked, then nobody want to see that with reason. They start, people that you knew and you were happy with and glad to see, now all of a sudden talking about they disappointed in you. God damn it, you don't even know me. How the fuck you disappointed in me? I mean, you don't even know me. If you knew me, then you would know that motherfucker did her wrong. You should know that it was done wrong just by how it was done to me,
yeah,
not because you know me. But if you really knew me, you would be very upset
you
on
would
the
know. And
if
that
you
was the
knew the
thing. And
work
that, yeah,
that you've done. We
yeah,
seen the work that you've done if we looked at any of your videos. If you don't ever look at your video, because you tell us who you are, you can Google you and your shit is going to come up. Your
yeah,
articles, I have them in the descriptions, please, y'all. I put a couple of her videos and an article about that she was in about the urban form for, they call it black. That's a legal label. They do that on purpose, but we're Asiatics. That's who we are, whether we want to be or not. So I didn't name the truth. I'm just not afraid to tell it. And I'm not afraid of doing right because it's the right thing to do. And
right.
then when they attacked Gotti and when they attacked Brown Skin Lady, these are people in the chat. And it's just so unbelievable. It's so unbelievable. But now people want you to feel sorry for them because they're content creators and they was team so and so and they couldn't see nothing that happened to us, but
Now,
now
come on with it.
that it happened to them, now they want all of us to feel this pain and we should hurt. And then all of those that still playing that game and still doing the bidding for the master, they're going to soon find out. If they haven't seen everybody that was loyal, integral, and true for this person, they kicked them away because that's not who they are. Their time's coming too.
Yeah,
And when it comes, I don't want to hear about it. I want to stay on this path. I hope that the people will keep coming that comes.
keep
If
coming.
nobody else comes, I hope those that are looking will continue to look and learn. It's life experience for all of us. It's growing pains because you do develop camaraderie and you
Yeah,
do have feelings if you're human. Now, if you're one of those that's not human, and there are some of those that walk this land too, and we need to know that. But because we were only taught the garden story, we don't have a clue about real life and its existence. But I'm not into the metaphysics, so I can't break it down for you.
mhm,
Research it and find it for yourself. It's there. They have some great scholars. Mine is Taj Tariq Bey. I would advise anybody to go back from the beginning or start today and go back to learn if you want to know the truth. But if you want to be in la la land and you want to hide behind your degrees, and if you want to think that you've arrived and you've made it and we're still getting shot down and beat down and mistreated and Black Lives Matter and all this other shit, if you want to
Wait,
protect the
somebody,
women and the children,
somebody taught me. She taught me. I know you're raw, raw.
that they say put the women and children on the boats first. Do you know when we fell, they put the women and children on the boats and burned them up? Taj Tariq Bey with the Y at the end.
That part.
BEY. Taj Tariq Bey. Yeah, and you can find him on Dr. G's page, House of Reawakening Mind. But if you put in Taj Tariq Bey, you'll find him on a lot of different things. But yeah, when they say women and children first, they put us on the boats and burn the boats. They burn the women and children. Why? Because the women give life and they don't want us here. That's why we got Margaret Sanger and the same Frederick T. Gates that came up with the plan of eugenics to keep us from being born. So they gave us Planned Parenthood and they gave us abortions and they put it all in our neighborhoods. And then they taught us as women, we don't need, want, or deserve more than 2 children. And so then most of us started wanting 2 children. We want to know, when did it all break down? When we took those things they call civil rights, 1964. And then, we had Johnson, once Kennedy was assassinated, he said that he told Martin Luther King this, that y'all don't have to worry. He told the Congress this. Y'all don't have to worry about the leaders. We'll pick your leaders. Well, God damn it, if we supposed to have a president of the free land, how the fuck we need a leader? I mean, he the leader? And he the leader for everybody? All of them were except for one, the prater that they call Barack Obama. He could not be just the Negro president. He's all the people president. But I've never heard a president say that he was all the people president. He say he's the American president, and then they call us African American. So that puts us out of America, which is America is our land. We are the Americans. Whether we want to believe that or not, that's up to you. But if you start researching, I promise you, and I gave a disclaimer, my disclaimer, let me say it again, because, I'm afraid for my monetization, what I teach, and I may not make it, but I'm going to teach anyway, because I didn't start this for the money. But as I say, I do want the money like everybody else. My disclaimer is the opinions expressed in my videos on my channel are strictly mine and my guests. They are not the views of YouTube and or its sponsors. All the facts spoken by me can be verified or disproved through self-research of documents available through the Library of Congress, state and local libraries. And please note that laws differ from state to state. And of course, I do everything under USC code 17107, and that's the limitations on exclusive rights for fair use. And we can use this under the Copyright Act. The fair use of copywritten material without permission is allowed when used for the following purposes: criticism, comment, news reporting, scholarship and research, parody, and teaching, including making copies for use in a classroom. And so I do a little bit of all of that. And I definitely give my opinion. I am an opinionated ass person. I hate when these people say this, because one person that we all knew said, that's your opinion, and opinion is not right or wrong. I get so tired of people saying that shit. It's a fact, but some facts change. So your opinion can be wrong. I don't give a damn if it's your opinion. Your opinion can be wrong, but that's not the argument whether your opinion is right or wrong.
Okay, I want to say, I'm sorry, I'm in cut y'all, but that don't
cut me off,
because it's somebody's opinion that they like kids. Okay, that shit is wrong. Your opinions can be wrong.
Yes, they can. People think I'm crazy when I say that. They think I'm crazy. They think I'm argumentative. No, that's not true. You can philosophize all you want to. But if they can have us believing that a man named Jesus was born on the 25th of December, when we know that they came up with all of these dates and shit, because we do things on cycles. You grow on cycle time. You don't grow on the minute and the hour that you plant a seed and count 20, count the calendar 20 days. You may count 20 to 40, but you're going by the moon and how it goes on cycle time. So we can argue anything if we choose to argue. Right. But I don't choose to argue. And I know that all the shit our people be telling us, most of them don't know a goddamn thing.
That's why I didn't argue. That's why I didn't argue when I was making my videos and getting responded to. I'm not gonna argue with you because you don't know shit, nothing that I'm talking about. You should go research.
Yes.
and look it all up and then come back and we can talk about it. And we can talk about it from a standpoint of having mutual respect for one another and having an open and honest conversation. But all the putting people in boxes and trying to speak for people and double talking people and all of that stuff, man, ain't nobody got time for that. We dying. It's a food shortage. People is about to be hungry, starving. Do y'all understand?
People
Um,
are already being put out of their homes, and
that
we're
part.
homeless.
So
A lot of people don't realize that they have gentrified these cities. And I don't know about you guys, but I get phone calls every day from people calling wanting to buy my home. Damn it, I
I
didn't
get,
even advertise my home for
I
sale.
get the flyers in the
It's
mail.
so sickening. But
I get the
I
flyers
believe a
in
lot of
the
our
mail.
politicians are behind that. They could not be, but I believe some of them are. They keep talking about these investors. We don't know who the damn investors are. And they
No,
don't
we
seem to
don't.
do anything to stop it. And then we keep talking about voting, 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 but nothing is changing. So I would recommend before we go today that everybody go and just pull up, those who haven't done the research, the Christian Black Codes of 1724. Now, every state, and not every single one have them published, but every state pretty much had their own codes because every state is a country unto itself. But the ones in 1724, and then you can go and find the ones from Louisiana and the ones from, I think, North Carolina and South Carolina. But if you just go and Google just the Christian Black Codes, different ones that come up, and then look at your city ordinances. And another thing, we don't look at our charters because what we don't realize that each individual entity is a corporation unto itself.
I
And
just told them people, I was like, y'all ain't changing none of the city policies, ordinances, or charters to talk about what y'all be talking about. They passed all these resolutions that's supposed to do something, but y'all ain't putting it on the books. And when y'all see that stuff, it don't got no budget number underneath, no line item, and no money underneath that agenda item. They
mm-hmm.
playing.
Okay,
They
I
playing.
believe that. I believe that so much so. You know, uh, and I believe that too, Sim said the Black Rock, that just sounds like the de facto government.
Yep. And
You know, that's
Papa
not
Will said,
what he
Papa Will
say.
said when they left the farm and went into the city, yep, they left the farm and went into the city, and that was it.
Well,
That
my
was just
mama used to
it.
have a beautiful garden in the backyard in the city. She grew her ass off, and she did that in her latter years. But I've never been inclined to even like to be outside for 5 seconds. So I'm not gonna do shit. And today I'm not in the physical, condition to do it. But um, I think that we all need to learn. We got some little children that we can be teaching how to do this stuff, on a lower scale. But I definitely want you to get to your 1,000 to give you at least that's to give us an opportunity. And that's another thing we claim. If we just have the opportunity, we won't even help each other get the opportunity.
The
You know,
opportunity.
we won't do it. And especially when you see people doing the work, ain't nobody asking you to give to no GoFundMe. Just help me because I just say I want money. That's not it. You see people actually putting in the work, but that's what we chose and that's what we do, and we're going
Yeah,
to do it
I'm
because it's going to
continuing
happen.
to
One
do it.
thing Cookie teaches us is manifestation. And when you see
I'm
that
manifesting.
111, you go and stop and manifest and you speak it into existence. And when you do that, things happen for real, but you're making them happen. You don't control what you don't control, but that
Right.
which you can control, you can control. And Papa will have a lot of excellent marketing um, ideas that he give. He's good with marketing and getting yourself out there in different ways that you can do this thing. And I'm not going to put in a lot of work, so I don't even. I'm not going to use that formula, but I would damn sure pass it on or give him the opportunity to tell the people that's in a position to do those things. I'm one of
Right.
those. I was the rebellious child in the family. I was the one that shit. My mama used to give us them looks and shit. I didn't know what the looks meant, so I'd gone on and do something. My sister would be so scared for me, but I was one of them kids. I was one of them kids. Shit. My mama say, Mama, can I go outside? She said, I don't care. I'm gone. My oldest sister, she would go and cry because she thought my mama didn't care. See, I didn't care like she didn't care.
Yeah.
I didn't care like gone on and go.
See
But
you when
she
you get
heard
back.
it like, yeah, she heard it like, why wouldn't
She
you
don't care
care
whether or
about
not
me?
you leave and don't come back.
Yeah, I
Oh.
wasn't one of them kind of kids. I was the kid. She say I don't care. I'm gone, goddamn. Before she got cur out of her mouth, I heard the street. I heard the street formulating, and that's
I
what I
got
was.
look. I got water hose on the side of the house. I don't even gotta come in.
We got whooping with water hose, baby. That's she had a thin one and a thick one, baby. That was our ass whooping too. Trust
Yeah,
me.
come in the house
Today
and
you'll
get
be going
water.
to
I'm staying out
CPS.
all day.
Yeah,
I'm staying
today
out
you'll
all
be in
day.
CPS, but that's what she did. And so you didn't get no lot of ass whoopings, but we damn sure got them. So, Foreman Nancy, I'm going to ask you, would you come back with us and give us a part two another time when you
I
have the
definitely
time?
will. I definitely, most definitely will. I appreciate this opportunity. I thank
You got some
everybody for.
subscription. You got some
Yes,
subscriptions. They're going up. We got to try to
yes,
get this up. Anybody that have a page, if you would, please, if you want to advertise, if you want to get out there, Tuesdays are my days that I do interviews. And so please feel free to email me. And it's down here at the bottom, toothlesstiger7@gmail.com. And let me know if you like the book, Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars, the Black Law Dictionary. My email is there. Request it, I'll send it to you. And that's what I was saying. I do this at no cost to the people, but hell, I've maybe had 30 people since I've been telling people to request the material. So we can only drop the seed, drop the keys, put them out there, and then it's up to the individual. And you're not going to be there until you're there. But
right.
when you get there, and if I've moved on, then don't feel bad when I don't have time, because time is of the essence. And that's the only thing that you can lose that you can't get back. Time is very important.
Time is
And
very
I
important.
waste a lot of it here nowadays trying to support all the different content creators, but I find all of them don't support me. And I'm one
Right,
of those people. I believe in supporting who support me.
right.
Papa will say he believes in just supporting everybody, but I'm not taking that damn chance, because I believe you keep supporting all these damn people and ain't nobody supporting you. You'll see them up the road and you'll be still wondering why you only have what you have. I believe
Yes.
in I don't mind helping strangers. I do that every day. So that ain't what I'm talking about. I'm talking about on this YouTube street for business purposes. I'm a person that takes shit personal. People say, you took that personal. Yeah, I do. Anytime you're talking to me, it's personal. So always know that. But I know how to conduct business and I know how to keep emotions. I really do. Although I'm a very dramatic, emotional person, I do know how to do both. I really do. I followed rules my whole life. I have no criminal record.
Yeah.
Not
And
probably
I'm just
something
and
I
I'm
didn't.
just tired of support. I'm just tired of supporting bullshit. And it's not even that it's bullshit, but you know what I'm saying? It's entertainment and everything. But support real shit too. You know what I'm saying? Put it out there. Talk about it. Speak on it. You know what I'm saying? Find some time to share about it. Don't nobody gotta do shit I say, you know what I'm saying? But in my mind, this is what I'm thinking because
Yes.
we do put our energy and we do sit and shit. I could be listening to something else that's more positive while I'm growing my veg. You know what I'm saying? And my veggies will be more happier. I don't know toxic energy in my veg growth. I play music to my plants. So
Okay.
so
You be out there dancing all over
man,
them.
I be barefoot, I be dancing, I be playing music. People be like, "Oh my god!" My husband told me I had to wear long pants because one day I went out there in some little bitty shorts and I was getting it in, and they was driving my hunk, and I was like, "Oh hey, Miss Parker." I was like, "Oh my god!" I be doing the absolute most, but yeah, y'all. But yeah, y'all, it just is what it is. I'm just your
But
local farmer in Austin, Texas. It's just trying to make it. We just trying to make it, get our family out here, and so we definitely need the support. And my people here in Austin then held me down, and I think that I was looking for a way to continue to build and grow financially through my farm with funding. And you gotta go out there and seek the funding, seek the cash flow. I've entered pitch contests, I've entered giveaways for small businesses. I never imagined that I would enter a giveaway for small business and have the person that's giving money away tell me your farm ain't shit, you ain't doing nothing, you need me to come do the work. I was like, oh,
Did that happen to you?
you know what I'm saying? I never in my life would imagine that would happen to me, but it did, and it is what it is. But at the end of the day,
So you just want somebody else, celebrities or somebody to do the work? You don't want to do the work?
I wish they could come and get sweaty and hot instead of me. I could sit back and drink my Arnold Palmer and watch. You know what I'm saying? My sweet tea and lemonade mix, little bourbon thrown off in there and watch y'all. But no, we do the hard work and we get it done. And like I said, I'll never let nobody take that away from me.
Well, we're going to help let you get out to the world and let the world know what you do. Sim said you are a wealth of knowledge. You and Anonymous, y'all don't know how y'all bliss me so. And the engagement with the conversation is
Right.
so pleasing to the mind. I'm not as analytical as you guys, but I call myself an analytical mind. But you all are some true analytics. And to share that where we can understand it is absolutely beautiful. Because I was just writing down when you was telling that story. She put in there April L. Butcher is
Mm-hmm.
good with trademarking. She's on YouTube. And
Okay,
so
I'll check her out.
you know that. And then Simset was also telling us, as is true, that facts, not feelings, are they call it white supremacy. I call it Christian hegemony. And that's the same thing. So she said that's one of those phrases, and it is. Thank you for reminding me of that, because I wanted to write down all of those phrases that were being said and now being repeated. Because one thing I noticed when you have a conversation with that person, that they would always say respectfully, but they were not being respectful. And then if you say I feel, then they would like admonish you, or like they were scolding you for saying I feel. You're feeling I'm talking respectfully. Bitch, you're saying the same thing I'm saying. You're just playing on words. Because you're not being respectful. Just the fact that you say respectfully let me know that you finna fuck up some shit for me. You are going to disrespect me.
Yep.
That lets me know
They
that.
always say that before
I
they
didn't just learn this shit today. I lived 63 years. So I learned some shit along the way. But people really play on words, and they don't even understand how words are formed and developed. They don't even understand that words, all vowels are interchangeable. We call it our son, S-O-N, but it's the Son of God, if you believe in a God. And God is a verb transitive, but it's the S-U-N. The sun gives life. The sun rises and sets. The sun is forever with us. So we get played on like we always praying. And I love to use this example. We sitting up here praying, nothing never happened. They're sitting up here praying, Preying, and they fucking over us all the time. So do you want
it
to
in.
pray, or do you want to get up, get out, and do something? They said, don't let this life pass you by. You got to get up, and do something. And
Ready
that's the
for
kind of
action.
music we grew up on. The rap music
Get
was
up, get
telling
up,
us,
get into it.
encouraging us to be better than we were a minute ago. But of course, when it was changed for a reason. And that's why I love Dr. Umar Johnson, how he breaks it down. And then he lets us know that all of these psychological diagnoses, all of them in the DSM-5, was some Europeans' theory. And that's what it is. And it's theory. It's not backed in science. And so they've made it illegal to be a little boy, especially Asiatic. You can't sit still. You run, you play. Damn, ain't that what kids do? But
That's what kids do
now
out
you
there.
have some type of diagnosis. So we have to really be careful. And you're going to come back, and we'll be talking on the
Yeah.
back end, and getting it together. Especially we'll be keeping up with that count Again, everybody, please go and check out Cookie's World as well.
Yes, I can't wait to
Tarot
see
reader.
how I'm gonna go.
She's going to be on at the end of the month so that she can tell us more about it and how she discovered her gift. A lot of us are intuitive and we don't realize it. It's been pushed down with the Job, and the Job is the job. And the more that you have to work and be busy, if you get that book, Silent Weapons Required Wars, that's one of the things that they do is to keep the adults busy on nothing, on bullshit, so they're entertained. And then they can have their way with our children. And that's what they're after, children. Because the children, we say are our future, but we're not really preparing for our future. It's going to be the same old shit. But I'm just trying to give everything I have for somebody to hear. Hopefully, they would teach it to their babies because one day I'm not going to be here. And it's a sad thing when everybody that's older in your family is gone and you can't ask them any questions and you don't know a lot about your family history.
Exactly.
You know a lot about them as a person. You know, you
Right.
get to see them as adults. And Anonymous always, she say, "Oh my God, you please me so. I'm deeply grateful for your wisdom and knowledge." And yeah,
Y'all
we love
really
each other
good.
equally as much because we have it in different ways. Because girl, you deep as hell, and ain't no way in the hell I can be different. I admire you so from the day we met, and we met in this guy named John Crimes chat. And that's what I try to tell people. I've been on different people platforms. And
Right.
then you hear people telling you, oh, you just a clout chaser. But goddamn, don't we all want to build our platform? It's not clout chasing, it's called building a platform.
And ain't
And
none of y'all got enough clout for me. Let me let you know. Ain't nobody that and I didn't ever open my mouth about got enough clout to be talking about I'm clout chasing. Whatever.
tell the truth. Yeah, but we're just trying to build our platforms. And, you know, the people come if they like what we're giving. You know, so I'm saying what you're selling or whatever it is you're talking about. If they
Right.
like it, then they will come. And that's why we can't give up because a couple of times I've wanted to give up. And the guys that support me, M. Mac, I just love him dearly. And Brian and Brian and Chase and
Let me hit it. No.
Flip Phone. I could go on and on and on. Dr. Magi, Mrs. Magi, the different ones that I normally see here. Clean Black Sneaks, Anonymous, Papa Wheel, Simset. You guys mean so much to me and keep me going when I wanted to give up and just say, Longhead been with me since day one. And the first thing
Hey,
he
long
called me,
head.
it was Amy, you know, and so I have so many nieces and nephews now. And since we only had one or two children, I welcome them all. But I'm so happy. And Former Nancy, I cannot thank you enough. And like I told you, we need to get that box fan. We need to get on this phone and take
Yeah.
care of business because we don't need you down there. And I know what the weather's like because I'm in Dallas, Texas, and I'm hotter than any mother.
Woo. And my kids do football, and so okay. So one of the things when we talk about my home is it was built in 1947, and so it's an old house. It's an old farmhouse. You see the wood and everything. It's hot, and I don't have central AC, so we have ceiling fans and window units. You know what I'm saying? And so a lot of the window units in my home have kind of gone out or they're old and stuff like that. So getting the maintenance person to come out, the landlord to send somebody out, get new fans. Ain't nobody got time for that. I just go to the store and buy my family a portable AC unit until we can figure things out. But our goal is to just renovate the farm. We want to renovate the house. We want to build out the farm, continue to grow and everything. And then we're on like a 5-year plan. We want to relocate, but we want to keep this location. But we want to get like 10 or 15 acres that can support. Because I'm only on 2 acres of 2 acres, and so I can't do a lot. I'm not. It's not like I'm out here feeding the whole city of Austin. We
Mm-hmm.
do zip codes. 23242102. Those zip codes that are close here to me, where I can get to certain elementary schools and do work like that. That's what we do. But the goal is to move to a larger property where we can actually implement systems where we can get into the grocery stores, where we can actually support the produce that's grown here. And then once we move from here, I wanted to turn the space into a transitional home for kids coming out of juvenile justice system and
Okay.
foster care, as
Mm-hmm.
a life skills training facility and a transitional home so they can get education in agriculture. And like I said, my farm be 10, 15 acres where we live, but this space here, we want to definitely keep it and utilize it, as a safe space for events, black, Asiatic farm tourism, stuff like that. It just is what it is. And I'm outside. I ain't going nowhere, y'all. I'm gonna be right here. Y'all gonna see me in these ratchet chats. Y'all gonna see me up on some panels probably again later. Who knows? But you know, I'm gonna keep doing. I'm gonna keep growing and pulling people in. And we just working. We
Anonymous
just doing
wants
the
to
work.
know, what kind of support do you need besides funds, of course.
Just the shares. That's really the support. That is, we do everything.
So she's saying liking and sharing it out, because different people, you never know who it might hit.
Exactly.
Someone asked a question earlier that I forgot to ask. They wanted to know, could you tell them where to get seeds? How do
Oh,
they get seeds? They want to know, how do they get seeds? They didn't hear you Sunday when you talked about the seeds. So could you tell them a little bit about that before we go?
so I get seeds from our Office of Sustainability, your local Office of Sustainability food office. They have seeds. I get seeds from there. I purchase my own seeds. There are black owned farm sites, websites, farmers who sell seeds. They collect seeds. Seed Co, I believe, is black owned. I believe. And then when I grow things, once I grow stuff, I harvest my own seeds. Like I seed save. So right now we grew basil. I left a couple of basil plants out in the field to grow so that they do go to seed. And now that they're growing, the seed pods, once they start to brown, I'll chop those off and I'll store them. So when I'm ready to plant more basil, I just go in, crunch up and pull out the seeds and just plant new basil. You know, so it's a lot of different ways to gain access to seeds. I would suggest just start growing and then saving your own seeds. If you grow peppers, take the seeds out and keep them.
So
You
let
know.
me ask you, what you suggest for people in the city? Would it be best for them to try to grow, or people that live in apartments, would it be best for them to try to grow in the little pots like Wilma asked earlier, or the ones that have a home if they want to start a little garden, or what
Yeah,
is the best way
you
to
can.
start growing?
The best way to start, I would say, would be the kitchen garden. The kitchen garden, like what she was talking about, growing in the
Mhm.
kitchen, using small pots to grow herbs. That way you can kind of test how you feel. That way you won't feel bad if you don't water the herbs and they start to die or something like that. You won't feel no kind of way until you're at a point to where you feel comfortable with really feeling like you're dedicated to growing your own food, and you really start getting out there. Just start small in the kitchen garden. And yes, anonymous, which that's true. I do be needing help with grants. So yes, if that's one of the things. Um, but I've been tired of it. The grant writing for me is just so exhausting, and I just couldn't do everything. So that is a place that I do need support. Is finding those grants and then having actually somebody write them, because I was writing for my own grants and I've gotten a couple of grants that way, but it's just too much, and it just can wear me down.
I
I
have a
do.
grandwriting kit as well myself, so
And I wanted to
I can
tell
help
I
with
wanted
that.
to tell China B, Thank you for subscribing. Everybody
Yeah.
that subbed up
Thank
to
you,
me while
China
we were
B.
over here, I appreciate it. You, thank you for subbing. I'm actually gonna go live on my own channel later on tonight, but I'm gonna be gaming. My husband's gonna get back on the game. He mad because I've been giving him the joystick, like, we streaming because I want to get my stream hours up. You know, I want to be able to have some streams that get us to those hours for monetization because yeah, we can create passive income to support our goals, then that's definitely where I'm headed. So
Papa Will, I'm going to be giving you a call because I want to know about that promotion. He was telling us the other day on Cookie Show about getting the promotion. Some way you can sign up so that you can play music without getting the strikes for copyrights.
okay,
Because once you start getting your monies, you don't want to. Uh, you don't want to get no copyright strike because what they'll do is they'll attach the copyrights and they'll get a part of your money. So he
yeah,
was telling us about a way that you can sign up to be like a promotion for the company. And when you play the music, you're promoting the music. They get their money and you get to play the music. So that
okay.
was a grand idea, but I didn't write down what he was saying. So Papa Will, I got to give you a call so we can talk about that. Uh,
I look forward to it.
so he said, and the money you will be getting will be YouTube money.
Okay.
So, that's a great idea. And then you read what Anonymous said.
I see. What's your vision? I need to catch the replay, but I love to know your dream operation. Is that I love to know your dream operation and plan. Say you have no limits. What would you do? If I had no limits, what would I do? I would have a 20-acre dedicated teaching farm here in East Austin that supported 4-H learning for our local Black high schoolers. I would also have a library and a museum. The museum would house old things from Black Farm Heritage. It's the Black Farm Heritage Farm. This is what I would do. It's the Black Farm Heritage or the Asiatic.
Asiatic Heritage
Yep,
Farm.
Black,
Yes.
the Asiatic Heritage Farm, and it would be all about a learning farm. 20 acres, education, library, museum, and all of that stuff. And then, like I say, my passion is for children coming out of the juvenile justice system because so many of my brothers, my cousins, I have biologically, I have 5 brothers, right? But I have cousins. I'm like the girl, and I have so many male cousins, and so many of them I missed because they was locked up. They was in jail and juvenile, just caught up in the streets. And so I just really have a passion for, children in that system because they have loved ones and family members who still are out here supporting and loving on them. So to be able to have a place where they can really learn how to grow or trades and something like that is important. And then just kids coming out of the foster care system, I just have a thing for children who are in the foster care system. I always wanted to adopt my own child. I want to have 4 of my own kids and then adopt one. So I think that's it. And I got a number. In order to do everything that I need to do for the community, it's 2.7 million. I ain't lying. That's the number. That's how much money I need. The city of Austin needs to come up off it. And in the meantime, I'm gonna sell hot dogs, Mexican corn with the mustard, with the mayo and the paprika on it. I'ma sell waters on the corner. Whatever your girl gotta do to get there, I'm with it. We hustling. It's the
Well, that's
farm
beautiful. Anonymous said that that's a clear grant statement,
hustle.
and she needs to connect with you. And Former Nancy's IG is down here, so Former Nancy, tell it because it's scrolling kind of slow.
Yes. So y'all can find me across social media, Instagram at Nancy Farm Fancy, Twitter, Nancy Farm Fancy. I'm on Facebook, Dobbin-Kauv Garden Farm. And I'm on Instagram. I'm on YouTube as Farmer Nancy. And I'm outside. You can connect. And yeah, I got a lot of stuff. I wrote this stuff down. And that was another part of it, right? Because I sent my proprietary information. When I say that, that's what I mean. When I talk about not my business plan, but when you consolidate it and you send a proposal, I sent that person my proposal for what my farm is about. So I have it all written down. It's just accessing the money. You know what I'm saying? It's just accessing the money. And I
And
look
then
forward to you coming over, L, all smiles. You're gonna love it. We're going swimming with the kids. We were swimming with the kids. We barbecuing. Okay, y'all. So I went swimming with my kids, and I had on the Texas swimsuit. It was for my birthday. I'll never wear that swimsuit again, baby. It was a G-string.
well, you look cute on it. You know, you didn't show
I
nothing.
wasn't ready.
You look very cute
I
because I
wasn't
love that
even ready.
video. I'm gonna drop the link in case anybody want to come up before we go off because everybody is loving this and we are working together.
Yeah.
And, my producer just gave me that brilliant idea. So if anybody want to come up and say something, you're welcome to come up. I'm welcoming you with open arms. I know that my videos, people don't look at these damn 3 and 4 hour videos, but they, you know,
They better
you may
today.
look at them in spurts, and
You
one day you
didn't
might
get to
want to look at the whole thing.
because
So,
you didn't get to this part. You didn't come this far in the video. You didn't know I was talking about you. Boom. Nah.
but there's the link. If anybody want to hit the link and come up, please feel free to come up. And somebody, it says your device is not connected, and that's Mr. Y2K, and that's you, Papa Will. It's saying your device is not connected. Okay, there you go. I see you now.
I'm gonna come off the cam for a second
Okay,
while
go
we
ahead.
take some questions and grab some water and stuff.
Okay, help yourself.
Hey.
Okay,
hey, how you doing today?
I'm good. I just want to say hey before I can.
Yeah, I feel you. I was raised in a family that predates Social Security.
Okay.
Because she's a farmer, I'm going to tell her that's where everybody need to take their asses back to. Mm-hmm. I don't mean to be cursing, but
no, we cuss. You know, I'm a cusser. Now we try to do it better, but I'm the one who use all the harsh damn words. But I got to try to do it a little better since I'm going to get ready to monetize. So see, I understand that. But we
for that.
Yeah,
see,
I am at the stage. It's just that I don't like details and stuff. As much as I research and read, I'm only interested in what I'm interested in. You know, like I said, I was a rebellious kid. So I'm only interested in what I'm interested in, and the shit I'm not, I don't even give it.
Yep,
it boggles my mind. Yeah. And so I'm a Scorpio. I'm just one of those weird type like people.
No, so, don't trip. Don't trip because you're
I do the best I can.
You talking to somebody that's the same way. I was a researcher because when I was growing up, there was something really weird about being a black person that didn't think that I had to be a subservient to a white person.
Mm-hmm.
As a kid, I there's something in my head said this is wrong. This ain't how life really was. And then now I'm gonna say a few things in my head while I'm saying hello. This is while more people can show up or something, right? But in my head, you know how they've always been trying to tell us, well, you so-called Negroes are only 10% of the population. 8, 6. And I'm thinking, where'd the other 90% go? You killed us. You killed us. You killed us. You killed us and you ran us out of this country. And then you took us and you made slaves of us. And then you lied to us of where we all come from. That's why we can't understand each other. When I say, hey, be careful about trademarking. Do you know you can trademark something without paying no money for it? Somebody in this chat will, oh man, no, you can't do it like that. Hey, it is, because before they made a division for trademarking black people's property taken by white people, black people didn't have no paperwork saying this.
We were Asiatic people. Yeah, we got to change our language, and we
Yeah,
may forget, but we got to go Asiatic and European. We're
Asiatic.
not crayons.
Yeah,
We got
Asiatic.
to get away from the crayons. We got to. And then all of the names they came up. We don't have a land called Negrodema. There's no
No.
such land. There's no
Yeah,
land called Blackadonia. You know,
yeah,
we don't have that. Negroidville. We don't have those places. And when you say Asiatic, that's the landmass. And of course, I
right.
know you know that. That was
Yeah,
before the earth went apart and all that good
yeah,
stuff. That's why I like the Quran Circle 7 by Noble Drew Ali. You know, because again, when you learn that these creeds that they give as religion is things they use to keep us, that is the politics to keep us subservient. And then when
mm,
you start understanding the degree of knowledge that you can gain from knowing what Islam really is, it's taught in degrees. And so I'm not trying to diminish anybody who call themselves whatever they call themselves. I'm just telling you the knowledge that I've acquired. You can agree, you can disagree. I don't care. We're not going to discuss it because I don't disagree. I'm just giving you the keys that I have, and you can research it and then come up with your own. But one thing Noble Drew Ali taught us, the way that you change the mind of the people is we must change the literature. And that's why it's beautiful when we write books, when we write songs, when we write anything. But you know, they steal our intellectual property and make it theirs. But we have to continue to do what we do. So I know you probably gonna say black and white, and I'm gonna try to listen to that shit because I don't always get Asiatic. Hell, I say black and white too, but I just try to consciously, if I can. Here's
I'm
somebody.
I'm trying
Sweetie.
real
Oh, that's
hard.
my girl.
I'm trying real hard with you to do that because even this continent isn't called. Its original name is
Hey.
not America. You know, so
Uh-huh.
we got so many levels of deceit and oh man, uh, see words that I don't use. I can't even pronounce them correctly
Child,
because
use your damn word. Hell,
okay,
use your word, but you
You
gotta
know,
put it in your
it's
conscious. You gotta put it in your. You gotta put it in your conscious mind. See, the subconscious
yeah,
know the truth, but the
yeah,
conscious mind will reason and bullshit
yeah.
and have
Try to
you saying
explain
shit that
why.
don't need to be saying. So
Yeah.
just go ahead and
Okay.
get it
I,
out.
so basically, I want to say this about farming because you're a farmer, you know, and it triggered.
Hold on, Pop, because I know you long winded. Let me just greet.
Yeah, go ahead. Do your
Is
work.
that you? Okay. Esree.
Hi.
Hey,
Hey,
she's been
Farmer
following me a
Nancy. Hi,
long time. And
Victor. How you doing? I
all
just
right, I
changed
just love her
locations and I
so.
saw the link, so I was like, let me jump in. So I'm catching up on what you're talking about right now. It's like, let me jump in. So, okay.
Fantastic. We're happy to have you. Come
Me
on,
too.
Pop.
I'm glad I caught it. I could never catch the right time, but I caught it.
Okay,
Thank
it's
you.
Okay.
Sundays and Tuesdays at 7 Central Standard Time.
Oh, that's
Okay,
Okay.
so I don't know what time that is where you are, but it's 7 Central Standard.
Toothpaste. I'm gonna tap out. I gotta go check on my babies, make sure they good and in bed. My husband and done all that he can do. Baby, he came in here and gave me that.
We love you, Farmer Nancy.
Thank you so much, and we'll definitely do this again. And I'm definitely gonna follow you, Papa Will, because I definitely want to learn more about that trademarking.
thank you. And I keep up with you guys too, man.
Okay,
You know,
Farmer Nancy.
I ain't that
All
busy.
right, bye bye.
Mhm. All right, you have a good one. Okay, I'll say this what I heard. Truth is farming. Farming is where we were at. Those of us that hadn't been killed off and that our family's properties hadn't been taken away. My mother's side of my existence are the Caldwell clan of Illinois.
Okay.
And they were, you know, hundreds and thousands of family people, and most of them were killed off and their lands were taken.
Mm-hmm.
And the only way that my uncle was able to hold on to the family plot until until he died, and then nobody has it because none of us were intelligent enough to understand what they had. None of us children understood what my parents had, my ancestors had. So anyway, my uncle was one of those smart black or smart native Americans, if we can cut. I'm like you. I'm trying to get the right vernacular now, because how can I say this has changed when I'm still using these old words?
Yeah, it's
Everybody
okay.
knows
You're
it.
gonna get it. You're gonna get it. I'll help you get it.
Okay.
But go
So
ahead and
what my uncle did is he took all their land and put it into this one white man's name so it couldn't get taken. Now, unfortunately, all of my mother's brothers and sisters, everybody but my one uncle that stayed on the farm, all left because they had learned this thing called Social Security that none of them ever got. I'm the first one in my clan to get Social Security. Why?
Really?
Because I'm like you. I'm rambunctious. I ain't hard-headed, because I've absorbed a lot of data and information and a bunch of stuff that had to get kicked out the back because it didn't work out too. But I'm the first of my clan to get Social Security, because when I left the farm, the family business is the farm. Okay? Nobody was on a farm to just be on a farm. That was your livelihood. That's why you had all the kids you could have, so you could work and grow that farm and give each and every one of them something to grow off of too. Here's your piece of land. Now go over there and you become rich and famous. And oh, by the way, give this piece to your little grandson. And you know, that stuff all got wiped out, girl. And you know, I'm not upset. I'm just, you know, I'm just highly aware of what happened. So
yeah, well, you have to feel the pain of it, because, you know, we didn't know. We had a lot of land in our family, but we ended up, I think my daddy ended up with about 4 acres for himself, you know, and he gave it to my nephew, which was great, which, you know, is my sister's son, you know, our oldest grandchild. But because, you know, he tried to give it to his children, but we're old. And, you know, all of us are in a disabled state of being, meaning we're not in the best shape. We worked all our lives. You know what I'm saying? None of us lived fast, fancy lives. My brothers lived the most, you know, fancy out there in the world life. But the girls, we all lived a pretty reserved life. But, you know, with the foods and the way things are and the medications they start giving us when we don't even need them, but we don't know we don't need them. We don't know that medicine means poison. We think it means healing, but if you got to take it the rest of your life, your ass ain't healing. You know what I'm saying? So I understand that what you're saying. We had land and stuff like that. And, you know, there's a book that I bought, and it was about education in 1860. It's Educating the Negro in 1860 and to 1935. You know, and in 1933 is when the Federal Reserve came, and I believe Social Security came in 42. So I understand. And Simpson said land first. And yeah, the land is first, and we are the original people of the land. And so these people took our land. We still don't own shit, because if you look at, see, when they took away the allodial titles and gave them deeds and trust, then if you read your deed, even if you paid off a property, you'll see that you're listed as a tenant. And that's why they have eminent domain. That's why we get the color of law. And the only way we're going to change this, we need to just accept who we are, declare who we are, and start being who we are. But most of us won't stop. You know, most of us won't stop. You know, and they would call that rebellion or insurrection. But no, it's neither one. It's knowing who you are. That's what they're afraid of. They're not afraid we're savage. That's not what they're afraid of. They know we're not savage. That's not what they're afraid of. They're not afraid of that at all. They're afraid of our intellect. They're afraid if we see, that's the only way we're going to whoop them. We're not going to whoop them with artillery, you know, because we don't have the beans and stuff like that.
Their biggest fear is being sent back into servitude.
Yeah.
Being reinstituted into their slavery, because a lot of indentured servants, you know, it's hard to talk about this too, because, you know, up until about the 1700s, England was still black. it was still more.
Mm-hmm.
And we're thinking that these were white people with that funny looking wigs on their head
Exactly.
was doing all this stuff, but
That's
it
right.
still wasn't at that point. Like the Revolutionary War in this country. And I'm gonna, I like saying stuff because I'm not an instructor, so you really don't have, there ain't no book sitting here, but this is the challenge, not for you and me, too. This is for your followers.
Mm-hmm.
If I say something you don't believe me, don't give your opinion because educated people know that your opinion is just the ignorant part of you that refuse to be educated. Okay? Now what that
Okay.
equates to is people like you and me allow people to breathe airspace way above their pay
And
grade.
so I'm gonna take you off the camera until you get settled.
Yeah, she looks pretty busy. Way above their pay grade to be
She
around them.
rolling her stuff.
But I thought she had it already wrote. But I want to say
Yeah,
this some
just
more
getting it
because
together.
it's in the learning. It's in the libraries now. It's on the internet. If you don't go to the wrong source,
Mm-hmm.
that's another thing. There is such a wrong source. It's just further propagating the lie. I saw one time. Now we all know, like my mama told us that we didn't evolve from monkeys. I'm like, okay, mama, you okay? That's what you think. Okay, so when they made the chart, they showed us walking on all fours, long hair, different skulls. Now they done found these skulls to prove that, hey, yeah, once upon a time
We didn't evolve from monkeys. The troglodyte nigger is the European. It's not us.
Mm-mm. Well,
We're the original people. So we're not gonna go there. But no, we didn't.
yeah,
Look up
yeah, I can
troglodyte.
stop
Look
there
up
then.
troglodyte nigger.
Uh-huh.
Troglodyte nigger. I'll pull it up so I can spell it and put it in the
Or
in the.
drop the link right there so that I can copy it and
Well,
store
I
it
don't
right
know
up
if
in
I
my.
can do all that shit because I ain't on the computer. I'm on my phone. We're gonna talk so I can send it to you in
Yeah,
email.
yeah. Let's
Yeah,
just keep
we'll
this.
do that because people are beginning to leave, and I'm happy they stayed with us this long. But we
Yeah,
want to let S. Reed say some things
yeah. Go
because
ahead. I'll
I
sit here and be
know
quiet.
that
You and me can just keep
she
talking.
has been making her own videos. I know they are very good. Y'all should sum up. She doesn't have a lot of people. I don't know if there's somebody ass in the back, but at least they had on some drawers. But we don't need to see no ass because we don't want no fun, no bombing. And I know that you're not doing that on purpose, but we need the camera to stay right there with you because I'm
Oh,
trying to go somewhere in this life.
when
Uh-huh.
she moves, just
Can y'all hear me?
I can hear
yeah.
you now. Mm-hmm.
If you're
Okay. Yeah,
that
I'm
busy,
not.
put your
I
avatar
can't.
up.
Yeah.
Put your avatar up if you're that busy.
Oh, put the avatar up.
Yeah, if
You
you're
can
that
put the
busy.
avatar up or you can be yourself. We just don't need all the stuff in the room, is
Yeah,
what he's saying.
Okay.
But you can leave yourself up there as long as you keep it like that. But if you
yeah,
think that somebody might jump in the camera that might be
yeah,
scantily
yeah.
Okay.
clad or
No,
something.
that was just me moving around because soon as I
Oh,
walked in, I saw the link and I was like, "Let me catch it."
I thought I seen somebody ass stooping over there, but they did have on white, so I thought it was some shorts. Okay, that's fine.
No,
It didn't look
nobody's in
naked.
here with me. I'm by myself. I was
Oh,
moving
that was you.
around,
Okay,
making
because it was
costumes.
white.
This
Yeah,
my
but
hair
Yeah,
still.
wrap.
yeah. You saw part of her head and you thought,
Yeah, you saw
yeah,
this.
there
Oh,
you
okay.
go.
Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't know what it was. It
yeah.
looked like it was over there by the bed, but hey, I'm fine. Gone on. We just want you to say something before we lose the 12 people we got, because I know you have some stuff to say, because you were military too. So if you want to tell them a little bit about you before we hang up and about your famous dad, if you want to share a
Okay.
little of that, just a little of that, because I love your videos. I really do. And I do. So if you just want to say a little something, share
Yeah,
it, because there's people
I'm gonna
that's
go
really listening.
directly. I'm gonna go directly there because when I saw Farmer Nancy, I was like, "That's a battle buddy right there," and that PTSD thing stuff that is real. It makes you repel from crowds. Like on one hand, you want to be in it, so you may go in. Then it's really something. But then you keep putting yourself out there, and it's like it gets easier. But coming from a background like yes, my dad, he wasn't, I don't know how famous he was by American standards, but I know I found out so many things, and he was, whew, I'm trying to get emotional because my dad was an elder my whole life. He was Rasta. So, um, my belief system is Yoruba Rasta, but my her side is Christian Catholic family from the South and Midwest. So the mix and going to the military, it was the same as her. She just kind of left home. You really don't know what you're doing, but somebody comes sweet talking you, and you like, oh, that may seem nice. You don't know
Mm-hmm.
what you're doing
Mm-hmm.
until you find out what you're doing. So that's not something that they even knew about. But whew, mm, I
It's
got
okay.
emotional about my father because he never talked about any of that stuff. He didn't know somebody was doing his Facebook for him. He could read, he spell it. He was very smart. The Russes, a lot of them use mathematical equations and things like that, incorporate it with their belief system.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Besides the animism and the things like that, and we call it bush, like the farming and gardening, things like that. That's just another way to say bush. Like we call it bush training when you go do that. So
Mm-hmm.
he married, all five of our mothers were different, so it was done on purpose. And there's a lot of things, whew. Yes, my dad played with Michael Jackson. Let me change the tone. He played with Michael Jackson. I was getting emotional. I lost my father a year ago, and
Okay.
we were separated. We was the only mother who left and moved away. There's 13 of us. And so he didn't talk about that. After he passed, one of my aunties told me, because I have 13 siblings, and they said that my pop passed and he didn't leave anything behind. He was a bum, homeless, and all this craziness. But my auntie, I knew she told me he played with Michael Jackson, but I didn't know how much involved in, I knew he played music, but when I looked at the old Facebook and I saw my dad, talking to some people I went to visit, and I really didn't know who I was going to visit. And who I was going to visit was some of the biggest reggae producers in Jamaica. And so the whole time I was in the military and just kind of maneuvering around, I'm around, different things that we don't even know about. And my aunt told me that it was that gift, that musician gift. And he was also scouted by two sports teams. I can't remember one of the names, but I know it was like the Yankees and the Sox. And so he used a
Mm-hmm.
mathematical equation, but he wouldn't let you get near him. Like
Okay.
meditation and being alone, that's a big thing,
Okay.
in nature. So I don't want to get too much into that because I could get a little emotional, but
Yeah, well,
I
we don't want you
related to,
emotional. We just want
yeah,
you to
it
share
was
what you
just
like.
talking about my dad because I miss him. Like he had a tour plan and we had plans. So I'm on my way to California. I'm like, I'm gonna nurse you back to health. I'm asking him to send me the family tree because my whole life they always spoke about Armageddon, the end of days, the last days. So when things happen, it's kind of like you just jump into action, like it's like you just immediately started prepping. So a part of our job is like, people who do things like that to communicate where you at. This is
Mm-hmm.
us over here, to socialize.
Mm-hmm.
But if you are traumatized, we're not socializing, you know. So
Yeah,
mm,
I like that. I like the way you speak
it was
about
like my life
your
stopped.
issues.
Like, oh, there was so many plans before my dad passed, and I'm just honoring him and just honoring what I know about history.
Let me
Another,
stop you
I
for a
guess.
minute. People are giving their condolences, and
Okay.
also Allison want to know your channel, and I always put in S Reed Is it anything different than that?
Cephras root S read. And I do a lot of imagery and
Can you
symbolisms.
type it into the? Can you type it into the in the chat first? Can you go to? Let me try to put it up. I think I learned how to do this. Hold on a minute, y'all
I
keep
can't,
talking.
if I try to go to the chat, I'm gonna
I can
get
do it. Let me
logged out.
try it. Let me try it.
But one more thing I wanted to mention was being a descendant. Like we have a that's another thing that my dad was famous for. He kept the family tree. And I don't know if you're familiar with Queen Nanny in Jamaica. That's like similar with Harriet Tubman, and she was a slave. So that's in my family tree, and we're descendants. And what my pop did was he had 13 children, all naming ceremonies. And so that's something that, we have. And usually most people don't care about that unless they get somebody, but it's something that's there. So by him keeping that up and keeping records and different things like that, that helps me honor him. But something happened with money. Um, it's something with like royal family descendants and somebody, I don't know, it had to be a rumor, told me they was looking for our DNA. That could be a
Mhm.
rumor, allegedly. That's allegedly. But I do know, being descendants of the royal family, it was quite a few black people um that got everybody got paid, but then the IRS um end up doing something to make them broke. And then, those agendas, those pro-black agendas, and sabotage. Like I didn't know there was only 20 Black Panthers. And with that, I don't want to say anymore, but
Okay.
I found a correlation with the musicians and Hollywood and the Black Panthers and just civil rights movements. I found a correlation in that. And then when I look back at my service, I'm like, I was on special assignment the whole time. And then I remember, and I'm gonna go ahead and say it because I think I've seen a couple of other soldiers on these YouTube speaking about this. But I remember I was in Iraq, and I'm just gonna say Obama and Hillary came, but I was on a general staff, but I didn't know who was around me at the time. You see?
Okay.
And so that makes me think that they target specific people. Like they see you wearing something too ethnic or indigenous. And I didn't know that until I was sitting in a military conference and something clicked. Like I saw a video, and the same thing when I saw them people will record you and make it so they don't pay you, shooting series talking about your life behind your back.
So don't
And I
say too
started
much.
fetishizing. That's what it is, fetishizing, like looking like, let me touch your hair, things like that.
Yeah, but don't say too much that you don't want to say.
Okay, I bet with that I'm gonna end it with that. But yes.
Whatever you want to say, but I don't want you to say nothing that you don't want to say. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and then
All
another
right.
thing, when I do say certain things, I immediately get contacted like, no, don't say that. And I'm like, okay, first of all, how did you know I was saying that? And how did you know to get through all of my force fields? How did you know to get through everything to come? To do that. But then that's when I could go back to, okay, I remember who I was running into, the remote
Thank you,
viewing, and I
Allison.
also got a chance
Allison
to
just
work.
subscribed. She just subscribed to you.
I worked in a department, and I talk about a lot about that too, where I had to look at reports. And if you don't know to get self-care, like you talked about AA. Okay,
Hmm.
just imagine like getting police reports for like maybe 3 to 4 thousand. It has to be more people than that, and you got to read them. And just self-care when you reading trauma, but you being I was a young lady, so I didn't know any better. I just turned around one day and I was like, damn, I'm with the enemy. like who the hell? But it was money, and my children got take care of. That didn't mean that money solved everything, but I didn't know what else to do,
Hmm.
especially that separation. And you just really don't know until you know. And with that, thank you for letting me on your show.
Yes, yes, you're so very welcome. Well, you keep on putting out your tapes and keep on singing your songs because I love it. And I do
Okay.
look at them. You know, like I told you, I don't always get to see them, but I'll go back and try to
Mm.
catch up and leave you a message. And
Okay.
you really inspire me. So
Oh, I want to
keep
say
doing
one
what
more
you
thing
do.
before I leave. I got a friend. What's her new? I think it's called Family DIYs or shoot. Her channel used to be called Eat Love Migrate. She was in northern Ghana and she from California. I don't know if that's still the name of her channel, but with that
Hmm.
remote that censorship, I just saw a video and I never unsubscribed from her. So that censorship stuff is real. Like I haven't unsubscribed from anybody, but I just now will get a video. And then when I click on your head, you know, the little head on the YouTube thing,
Uh-huh.
I could see like 6 or 7 videos that I missed or I didn't get notification, but I got my phone, all my notifications on. And sometimes I record my phone where the remote viewing will be taken over or whatever. So I put it together and me and my foster mom, and she remind me of you. She's always speaking about the sovereignty, eh, all of that. And I
Hmm.
don't want to say that else about it because that can be a rabbit hole. Because I like to learn in one way,
Hmm.
the way the white men say it. I like to learn in the way the white men say it because my first corporate experience was with the white men.
The European.
And then
Hmm.
I started seeing what the Moors do. And then my dad's youngest wife, my youngest sibling's mom, what the Ghanaians do. And so everybody was looking different. But then when I was in training in Colombia, ooh, I think, yeah, it's easier for me to learn from what the white men say that used to be in the military. And it's like a hunting process, but I'm looking through it through a HR admin process, like get the paperwork done. And I won my case by learning the trick of the words.
Okay.
I fought 3 cases. That's one more thing to say. I trip over my words, but I won them using the trick of the words, the pencil and paper, because I asked my leader one day, I was like, why they keep rejecting my paperwork saying like it's true but not true? It's substantiated but not in its entirety. They just keep changing the languages and stuff. Just like people change their accent all the time. And my boss was like, it's a trick of the words, like they keep kicking it back. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna do the same thing. I just had to take emotion out of it. But I cried and was very hurt when I figured out that people were sabotaging me on purpose. And
Yeah,
they got caught. The truth is, in the form of affidavit, I got them
that's it.
affidavits. They got caught. Sefer Shabakari ain't lied about nothing. They got caught, and it was more than one. It was more than one. And it was just harassing because, you know, I wouldn't recommend a single woman, a young woman, go to that area by herself. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't recommend that looking back.
Hmm.
I wouldn't tell my nieces join the army, go overseas by yourself and take your kids. I
Hmm.
wouldn't tell them to do it.
Okay. You know,
But
I'm
some
glad
people
you said
might,
that. But you
but
know,
I
I'm glad
wouldn't.
you said that because pretty much all the women that I've met, and I've met you guys all here on YouTube, they all have similar stories, and they may not tell the
They
same
don't want you to
story.
be too smart. Like they don't.
Yes.
I made rank really quickly, and I was stood out, but I didn't know I stood out at the time. You're not
Okay.
supposed to be the only one there by yourself. I mean, sometimes you can handle it, but if you don't know, I don't recommend that. I don't recommend it, you know. But that's if you could find another way to make money as a woman, I would not do that. I can't speak for men, but I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, I don't think nobody should volunteer, but you know, that's just my opinion.
Mhm.
People do what they want, but
But hopefully we get more farm and garden because the markets, the festivals, like I'm trying not to get too deep, but I have visions. Like I do. And that's another thing with the they want to do experiments and stuff. And then I remember in rehab, and I remember who I was in rehab with. Like I can't say who like big names or who was there because I would get in trouble. But I'm like, they do shit in purpose and they target talented Black people. They know who's who.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do, and
Yeah.
that's what it's all about, and we have to be mindful that we
But
don't.
with the pen and a piece of paper, so I'm tripping over my words because I'm like, oh, it's a little bit of anxiety. But the pen and the paper works. I haven't had anybody like come visit me or make me feel uncomfortable. But when I was fighting those cases, I just started feeling like if I stay in my office too late at night, you know what I mean?
Okay.
So I started like changing my movements because I felt uncomfortable. But as long as I had my typewriter, I mean, my laptop, my printer, the mail, postal, and the fax and the email, it worked out. But it took 6 months. That pattern, the October,
Mm-hmm.
okay, October.
That's good, because that's what I believe in, the pen and the paper. And it's mightier than the sword. And, it's hard because they're always one step ahead of you. Like I've been helping my sister with her case, and, they're one step ahead of me because, you know, um, she reads, I reads, we confer with one another. And, when you're not a lawyer, you cannot give legal advice and stuff like that. But, you can research and read and talk. But it's very hard. And when you can't find, lawyers to take the case, and lawyers in Latin is liars, an attorney, you're turning your jurisdiction over to somebody else. So you learn that it's a lot of things that we can do if we're willing to do them. But we think we can't do it. And then they tell us, and we volunteer to go along with what they tell us. We don't realize we're really volunteering for a lot of stuff that is not so. A lot of this stuff really doesn't even apply to us. And that don't mean you voluntarily go and do wrong, because you got to be in honor, and you got to be in love, and you got to be in
Righteous
truth.
intentions, righteous
Yes, you got to
intentions.
be in truth. You
Whew.
got to be in peace. You got to be in freedom, and you got to be in justice. You got to have the principles of right on your side. You just can't do shit just to be doing it. And
And
just because you want to do wrong and then say, oh, I got rights of this or that. That's not how that works. You do right because it's right to do right. And if you do right and then fight with everything you have by getting the books, reading, and this could be some shit you've never done before in your life, but you do it anyway. You do it anyway. Yeah, so I'm glad that you decided to hit the link and come up. And I don't drop the link often, but whenever I do, or
it was the right time. Like I
yeah,
was like, it's on because I'm like,
Mhm.
I always miss things. And I'm not gonna lie, I was being my family, no friends. Like I've met people and I'm like, did your family? I had to meet people in certain rural areas. I'm like, did your family don't want you to have no friends, don't want you to do nothing? And that was really happening. Like I've been in the service. I can read and write, but then my relatives were taken and they like to uh tell you what to do.
yeah,
And once you go in somebody's house, it's kind of, and they can tell, how it is with siblings. You got one
yeah,
dominant, and then one could be talking to you, and then somebody else doing something behind your back and just doing some weird things. And then them religious groups, a lot of our families was in that. And I had to think about it. Why do all the people I know, like I run into them, but then I ain't seen them since I was 8 years old. I'm in South Carolina and we was in California. And it's because they was in cliques and cliquish.
okay.
But
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't aware of the groups until it just hit me in the face. I was somewhere and I had a friend betray me. And then when I look back, I'm like, dun dun dun. Why you didn't know that this person got the same job as this person, and this is who your father is, but nothing would click to you like that if you're not in the same area. Like I've been traveling since I was 19. I never sat down, so
Okay.
I'm a mover. They say that I got that nanny spirit, supposedly. the whites thought that she fought the war using voodoo, but what it
Hmm.
was, she just was a really good outside person, and I'm like that. So,
Okay.
but anyway, I'm gonna let it go. But I'm so happy and nice to
Okay.
meet you, sir. You look familiar.
See,
What's your
I
name?
Will Elias. They call me Papa Will. I'm the owner of Y2K Associates.
Where's that? Y2K. I recognize that word, but where is that at?
I'm from California,
Oh, sick. What part?
the Bay Area.
Me too.
That's how you know me then. Mhm.
I mean, I'm not from. Okay, I was born there,
Okay.
but I left. We moved away, I think, when I was a preteen, and then after that, we just kept moving. And but I was there long enough to where I'm very familiar with the BART, the bus, the flea market. That's where I go. We will have our drum circle there. You familiar with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't have to explain to you. I know. So you're from the town then?
I was born there, and some of my
No, I said.
relatives.
I mean Oakland.
I was born in Berkeley, but yes,
Yeah.
Oakland.
Yeah.
Hmm.
That's how, when you said drum circle. I didn't want to get all into it because
You know that movie. You heard Mead Street, Too Short, where he made that song, The Ghetto.
yeah.
Okay, now I know that house, and I don't know why I thought my relative knew Too Short. It's the people they work for.
I know Too Short personally.
You know him. And
Yeah.
when he say, I never stop beating the drum, but start thinking money. I'm like, I know what he's talking about, but the drum is good. It's
Mhm.
good. I got the drum after I got the money. The army gave me the money first, and then later on I found out about all that treasury stuff, but the drum is good. That's
So
how
you
we
un-
heal.
so
Hmm.
you understand that the drum means where the pickle barrel, reach in here and pull your wealth out the drum, not like the beating of the drum. Although that's the parable to it, that's another portion of the drum circle. But in the drum circle, you're working on your spirits, your ancient ancestors for health and security. You know.
You sound like my father is scary. You sound like my
Well,
father.
you said your father's a Rasta. I'm a
Yeah.
Rasta. My grandmother,
In
my
California.
grandmother was a West Indies Indian priestess.
Mm.
The medicine woman. The
Yes,
head
they
of her
are in
I'm
the
gonna
clan.
go off camera for
priesthood.
1 minute, guys. Keep talking.
They are in the
Keep talking.
priesthood on both
Yeah,
sides, my father and mother's side. So that's why it's kind of deep, I guess. In you can kind of see it, but wow, I'm glad to
yeah.
see you.
I'm glad to meet you too. I didn't catch your name. I was running my mouth and we was watching your head bounce up and down. What's your
My name is Sephra.
Sephra?
Yeah,
Okay. Well, you should come in and see how we do our show. It's called the Y2K show. You should subscribe to it.
I
Let me
will.
see.
And that word
No, look,
Y2K,
look. I
it
always say
reminds.
that I'm Will. You just subscribe to. You
You
just
will.
subscribe to. I'm Will, but I'm from all over the Bay Area, from Sacramento all the way down to Monterey. I was stationed in the Army at Fort Ord,
Mm.
and my dream was to get out of St. Louis, Missouri, and get to
You
California.
was there too.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. Why you've been to St. Louis too?
yes. That's where I went to the first MEP station, and some of my relatives is there too. My grandma used to say we got eyes everywhere. Like I can literally name like different states where I have like relatives or people live or I've been to. St. Louis, East St. Louis. It's two
My
hours from Carbondale because after leaving California, we went to Carbondale, Illinois. And that's
mm,
another small town that they find NBA and NFL and people with talent at. And I know that they have free lunch there too.
my my mother's family, her clan is from Illinois, like I was telling Toothless in the beginning. But here's a link to our channel. I'm
Okay.
sure she won't mind if I get this to you. We know a lot of same people, but
No, put it down in the chat, Papa Will. We want them to we want them
Because
to go and
other
sign up
people,
with you too.
Oh,
Look
wait a
at
minute.
that. Lazy Bone is from the Bay Area. See, so we got some people in here.
Yeah, now see, that's
Yeah,
what I'm
so
looking for is all of my
yeah,
Bay
it might
Area.
be the rapper
well,
lazy.
yeah, well, have some good times. You know, that's what it's all about. Have some good times. Yeah,
Okay, you said do put it down in the chat,
yes,
right?
sir. You know, we
Okay, that's
promote
where I
each
put it
other.
was in the chat. I put it in the
Yeah,
chat.
we promote each
Yeah,
other. Put it in the chat
yeah.
again.
Thank you, because you know me. I'm very respectful of other people's things. You know, because I've seen so many variations. Now you see, I sat here long enough while you thinking people are leaving. They're gonna start rolling back now. But I've sat here long enough. Now people are in here from the Bay Area,
I can't
Frisco.
see it. I probably have some people in there like that's so funny.
Uh, now this is something new I want to be sharing with people too
Mhm.
to help people. Now, Toothless, if I'm ever on your chat and you need to put something in the chat, you tell me, honey. I'm a typist. I will type it over here faster than people can read it. The other thing is that if you do this on a phone, use your screenshot button. That way you can have your 2 pages. But preferably, you only want to be backstage in your show when you're back there getting your next article ready, your next anything you want to put up. Other than that, like everybody tells me this, but I just kind of let it go over my head when I say, because your main focus should be over here in your chat. You know, because these people they could be talking to themselves because they're so used to the person running the chat to be over there talking and not talking to them at all. You know, but if you engage these people, because the new thing we need them to do, this ain't new. I'm just saying it's new because I don't know you.
Mhm.
Is instead of just saying like, you want your people to share. You know, those people you get those little wrenches to, you want them to take this link like I just did. If you go look at my Facebook page, you'll see it's up there. You know, Toothless Tiger. I got to learn what to take what y'all are saying. You're calling your show today as your headline. You know, I had an opportunity to go to college in journalism for my writing capabilities, but my mama told me that um, University of Missouri was a little too far away from home. She didn't want me going that far away from home. So she had me reject the full scholarship in journalism to go to this college and learn more about the white man's ways. And I'm saying that because I heard you say that that's the most important thing that we could do.
Yeah,
Second thing you said was
you do.
Black Panthers. I'm a Black Liberation Army soldier from the Midwest, meaning that I was raised to be a soldier in defense of all this stuff we done lost as native people to this continent, was to fight to get it back. You know, physically fight to get it back. But then when they said no, we tried that several times since our slaves took over and enslaved us.
Tell the
We
truth.
so we got to
It's
go
the
and learn.
colonists.
Yes, ma'am, that word. We
Hmm.
have to go and learn everything the white man has taught himself about business and learn the way he does his business, because the way he does his business ain't the way we did business. We didn't have
Um,
no money. We didn't have no gold standard and paper dollar bills. You know, we met at the market. I brought all of my goods. You brought all your goods. We traded them goods, and then we
that's
went
the
on
way it
back
works.
home with goods to work.
That's
But
the
there was
system.
no paper. I wanted to finish this, and now I'm gonna shut up. And I'm gonna try not to say no more unless somebody brings my name up again. What I'm trying to say about they convinced us that they didn't kill, to give up our lands and go to work for them in their factories as still as indentured servants
Hmm.
or slaves of all the Black people. Remember the first thing I said? They said we're only 10%. Well, what happened to our other 90? Because there was a time there was no such thing as our Caucasoid cousins here. There was no
Hmm.
such thing. Like Malcolm X said, uh, uh, We didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. And I don't want to go all the way back into this philosophy of why he said that. Because, you know, you and me, we're that old. We're old enough to know why he said what he said that day. We're old enough to know why Martin Luther King started getting white people involved with him. And why Bernie Sanders is my favorite politician. I seen that man on TV right along with some other black people been beat with a stick, water hose, dog sicked on him, and he still stood up and said, well, y'all need to let my people go, you know?
Yeah, well, he don't give a damn about you, so, you know.
Bernie got way past his, but you notice there ain't never been another one. And this thing about Johnson and Obama thing, you know, we were the original Republican Party, but if you say Republican to a black person, it sets off that other thing in his head.
That's because we don't know our history.
We don't know that free black slaves in the Communist Party of America created it because they weren't allowed to vote with the Democratic Party. There was only a single party. And then we got a guy named Trump. He wasn't none of those. And instead of going and getting a Republican black man, they got that idiot and put him up there, called himself
Trinity.
Republican.
Salute Tanya. I just want to salute the people. I hear you talking, Papa Will.
I'm just getting, I guess, too political.
No, you can get excited and whatever, but the thing of it is, though, you got to learn, you know, and tell the whole truth. And that's what I don't like about most of the politicians, is because they tell us half truths. But one of the things is that the Democratic Party came about with the 1861 coup d'etat when Congress adjourned sine die, and then with the Organic Act of Congress in 1871, when they came up with the United States and the Constitution that, you know, is promoted now, then that's when they came up with the democracy, which I call the demonocracy. And so, you know, we call it, and see, I don't believe in the demons like most people believe in demons. I believe, you know, the demons are the people that's walking around doing the shit to us. I don't believe in the ones coming out the woodwork. Ooh, they may do all of that, but I don't believe in that kind of stuff. I used to be scared and frightened by that, but when you start learning truth, then you can see they taught us things in an anthropomorphic view, meaning in a childlike state, because that's why they call us boy and gal, and that's why they treat us like children. And we're wards of the state. And we don't understand that every time we say black, African American, Negro, colored. We don't understand that that's what we're saying. So if you take yourself out of the human family and then people don't treat you like you're human, then you think they're doing you wrong. But we don't understand that we were taught under what they call animal husbandry. They taught us not to know, not to seek, and not to want. But some of us, in our brilliance, such as the Simsets and the Anonymous Wish, yourselves, myself, some of us, is something in us that makes us want to learn more. So we may go and desire to learn something that they're not really teaching. Well, that's against the norm. And when they see that you have that kind of mindset, then they want to tell you you're crazy. Mm-hmm. But, you know, borderline genius and crazy, it's borderline.
Yeah,
you know?
It is.
And then when you have downloads coming to you from your memory of who you used to be or what your ancestors are imparting in you, that sounds crazy because they all taught us a dogma system, and we're only supposed to believe that they taught us. And we are the people that fight the hardest for the religion, but we are the people that suffer the most. So we got to know, if we've been doing this shit all our lives, and 90% of what we believe hasn't come to fruition, that same with that 90% that you said was gone, it's only 10%. Something has to be wrong with the story that we've been told.
Yeah.
And we don't want to believe that we've been lied to. And it wasn't on purpose. They taught us what they were taught. See, there are people called conversos, and those are the Moors that they consider the dirty Moors, but those are the people who decided to give up Islam, which is not a creed at that time. It was knowledge and what we lived by, the sciences. They decided to convert to Christianity. That was when Isabella and Ferdinand took over. And so what they told them is if they convert, they were going to treat them like they are, but they didn't. When they converted, they made them what?
Slaves.
Prisoners.
Yeah.
Slaves is really not it's that's a connotative term. The denotative of that is a prisoner of war.
Yeah.
We're in war, and we are
Yeah.
the prisoners of the war because we lost. We failed at the
Yeah.
Alhambra.
Yeah.
Okay, but this is a thing. They call them conversos because they thought they were going to get treated like the Christians.
Mm-hmm.
But the Christians are the ones with the Christian black codes. They just say black codes, but it's written Christian black codes, Christian hegemony. And then they gave us the races. That all happened like in the 1800s to the 1900s. This shit wasn't like this back in the 1400s and the 1300s. In 2001 is when the Pope declared all of the humans as his subjects. So we're still in Rome. And we keep talking about who made us free. Well, what the fuck we free from? You know, people say Jesus came to set the captives free because we no longer have to live under the law. But they whooping our ass with the law every day. And we don't understand that it's the law of estates, the law of trust, the law of probate. Why? Because they stole our estate. We are the heirs to the largest estate. But we don't know that. And we don't know to ask questions. We don't know because we were not taught finance. We were not taught real geography. We were not taught, those laws that I just spoke of. So we don't know to think or ask questions about those things. And then when you learn that and you share it with people, then people think you're crazy. And they don't want to talk to you because you're going against the animal husbandry training. And I share this with people all the time. Just go back to the Christian story. And I'm like Madea, I can fuck up some names in a story. But just like the king, because I get his name mixed up every time, that had the right to not crucify the one they call Jesus the Christ. But because the people wanted him to do it, he did it. And his wife kept telling him not to do it. And he said, I can find no fault in this man. But he killed the innocent man. That's the way people do us today. Just like with all of this craziness that's going on, the beef. The crowd follows the bullshit. They don't care about the truth and what's right until it happens to them. And then they hear this little cute saying, people only go with people they like. That's everybody. We all forgive the behavior of those that we love before we would a stranger. I mean, that only makes sense. But people make it like that's some hell of a shit or a hell of a statement. No, that ain't nothing new. But a lot of these people, such as the one that I believe that we had to deal with, was sent here to grab us all together and then divide and conquer. Because this is a way that all of us can really be entrepreneurs and really make a decent living. We know that they change the rules anytime we get involved in shit. But we could really do that. But if you're all divided and fighting amongst each other, but you say you care about what's happening in your community, this was a community and it was cohesive. It's no longer cohesive. So we have to be on our mission to do what we do, but we got to learn the right terminology. The way you change the mind of the people, you change the literature in which they read. We got to start calling a thing a thing. We can't keep saying their connotative language, because when we do that in front of them, then they know we don't know, and they know that they can do to us what they do. Most of the stuff we do is voluntary. Most of the stuff we do is voluntary. We think that it's really must be done this way. It's not. We volunteer to do it. And then you know what they tell you? It's just like they say the devil made me do it. The devil said, I didn't make you do it. I just called. You followed. You followed. You did that on your own. And they do that because of the law of reciprocity, reaping what you sow, the karmic effect. So they have to tell you the truth, and then they sell you the lie so that you can participate in what they're doing to you, and they believe karma won't come back on them. It's going to come back to you because you voluntarily did it. And when you try to tell this to people who has been trained like we've been trained all our lives, it's very hard. You have to have something inside of you that want to know something that's greater than you and something that's greater than something that's in the sky. You have to want to know that it's got to be something different than what you've been told. Because if you look at the hopeless condition of our people, and it's not getting any better, it can't be the story that they told us. Why is it that we have to die to experience the peace, the joy, and the things that comes with living right? Most of us live right. We're not robbing and killing and stealing, but hell, we scared to go outside. We scared to go to work. We scared to go to sleep. We scared to do anything. And all the people that
If
are
somebody's
against us don't
telling
look,
you to
I
be
mean, don't
afraid
look like the
too,
European. I'm sorry, S, I didn't hear you.
I said if in that, and especially if somebody's telling you to be afraid.
Yes.
The military, the corporations may put fear mongering, and then your family members, some people that close knit family, that's when people, I don't know if it's close knit or if it's cult, because in the South they be saying those words. And I caught when they were saying those words, the Kwame and the church people say stuff. And I'm remembering my past people were saying that, and I was one of them smart kids. So when I was 4, I did something. They was like, she a witch, like she about to do something, and then privately it would be, just a lot of mystic experiences. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And then it's
Yeah.
hard to cross culture. That's why, like my pop being a Rasta, he cross cultured. So sometimes I catch subliminal words where some females may be like she being fake, but I'm like, okay, I don't know how else to be. If we're over here and the language is his, and this is the people in the neighborhood, I'm gonna pick up on that. You know,
Okay.
I'm a
Mhm.
dancer, so I like the cumbia, the bachata, the Yoruba beats, all of the ethnic dances, and I'm about to learn some Cherokee, the
Okay.
salsa, everything. That's what I do. But language, I would be tripping over it, because if I'm spending time in the Nigerian, I'm using race, Yoruba arena, they are speaking like that and they want you to speak like that. And I'm practicing with them. Then I go over here and this is what they're saying. So I prefer to dance with them. Remember,
Okay.
Bob Marley said, we're not read no more. We dancing now. So
Yeah, because
it's kind
words
of hard for
are
me yeah.
there's
So it's
there's
kind of
something that they
hard.
play with. They play with words.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
so
that's
the
that's so
sovereignty
very true.
process, I'm tapping back into my reading and admin stuff, but I much prefer to be dancing and kicking it. Like, and
Mm.
that's just what I like to do. I like to have too much fun, and I guess I'm too old to do it.
Hey,
Well,
you're still
that
young.
happens.
'Cause I'm
Allison, I
sure.
did a video on maritime law.
Mhm.
Maritime law is the law of the sea. And what they
Yeah.
did is when we fell at the Alhambra, they said that we fell and all of our heirs are dead at sea. And if you notice, anytime that they say in the military, and it's really the armed forces, but anytime that they say that they took out one of the greatest terrorists of the world, you notice they always say they buried their bodies at sea.
Mm-hmm.
Everything goes back to the sea because we are Moors and we were defeated.
Mm-hmm.
So what they did was they told them when we were defeated to put all the women and children on the boats and they would let them go first. And actually what they did was burn them up. So we're dealing with a cruel, cruel, cruel people. But not everybody that's European or that looks European is cruel. It's just like everybody that's Asiatic is good and nice and kind. No, those are some of the people that sold us out and that keeps us in this state because they want to live like the European and they are in the positions to do so. We, the masses, we're just going along the way. And we were talking about the bird, the Democrat and the Republican. You have one bird. They're the same people. They play good cop, bad cop. So, if we're going to do anything, we need to start learning the truth and then use your mind and do what you need to do to navigate through the waters. That's what we're going to have to do. But I believe pain, and that's what Todd says. Pain is going to motivate us one day to come together. We don't realize that we're really in a food shortage. Not because there's not food, because you can grow food, but they're buying up all the seeds. And all of the food they made GMOs, genetically modified. So that's why we have a lot of the sicknesses that we have that we used to didn't have. And then they tell you it's hereditary. And I heard a doctor say, a scientist, that no illness is hereditary. So we have so many things to defeat. And then we have so many people that's against us that pretend that they're for us till we don't know what to think. And that's why I dropped the keys that I learned. And then you research for yourself and then start using your mind. There's a scripture, and just listen to this scripture. Anybody that's listening to the sound of my voice, it says, lean not to your own understanding, and all the ways acknowledge him, and he will direct your path. Well, lean not to your own understanding is a hell of a statement, because you can't get understanding from no one but you. You're the only person that operate for you, that think for you, that sleep for you, that, drink for you, use the bathroom for you. So now you can't think for you. Okay, that's one thing. In all your ways, acknowledge him. We keep saying him. Where did we get the him from? Life comes from her. Life comes from a mother. And energy is feminine and masculine. So I don't understand how we got there. I don't have to understand it. But what I have to do is research and find out, why are we saying this? And when I find truth, and the people like us that tell truth, we don't want to listen to, because we are used to half truths. But the guy that I listen to, and I'm not saying that he's a perfect being, because, they say there is no perfect being. I don't know if that's true or false, but it's perfect. But I can tell you, he lives in honor. He lives in integrity. And I know that everything he does it because he's a warrior. He was born to do it. His mother created him to do that. And he tells truth, because he was the first one I ever heard that told me that our identity was stolen and they traded places with us. And if we don't see that, then I can't help you see. But I can direct you to the guy that sent me to some books, and I started reading and I started researching. And for me, I'm free indeed. Now, I'm learning how to navigate through this system, because we have a system inside of a system. We don't just have, everybody have the law, right? But we have laws written inside of the laws specifically for Asiatic people. No other group of people in the world. And all we do is sit up and talk about, boy, that's cold how they do us. The Asians got a hate crime bill. Why we ain't get it? Because we the people that they hate and want to kill. What the hell you mean? They don't give a damn about you having no hate crime bill. You know why you don't have one? Because you don't do what it takes to demand one. You ain't never seen no Asians out there in no street marching for nothing. You hit them where it hurts. They the one who control everything. It's called a dollar bill. We've never seen money. But we won't even give up a Christmas. We won't give up a Christmas. Salute, Kamani. We won't give up.
I don't celebrate holidays too much. Well, I don't.
Yeah, well, I do. I celebrate holidays because I celebrated them as a kid. And I know the truth of them, but I know the truth of them, but I have children and I want them to experience the same fun, but I still teach them the truth. But we won't. The holidays is just really a way for them to take our money. And we won't look at the reality of it. We keep deceiving ourselves and lying. If we just gave one holiday a rest, just one, we could shut down this whole goddamn country and they would have to deal with us. But will we do it? Hell no. If you ask people, okay, if y'all want to get treated differently and everybody, let's just go to work tomorrow. Do you know it's people tell you how crazy you are because they got to go to work? That's what that is. So you have to be willing to stand for something or fall for anything. And most of us are not really willing to stand. We say we are. We say we want to fight. But how can you go up against a laser beam that can cut through you like a knife and you got a goddamn AK-47? That means nothing if I can zap you away with a beam. That means nothing. You got to use your intellect, and that's just what that is. And so that's what my show is all about. And that's why I'm here, is to share this information. You're right, you're so right. And that's why I say I think it's pain is what's going to actually motivate us to do something or come together. It's going to have to be pain. Other than that, we're doomed. And it's just that simple.
You were saying earlier in your segment here about the average white person has nothing against us. You know, we have more against us than the average white person has against us.
That's true.
We are more or less likely to believe what we say, and we recognize it because the average white person we speak to, somebody in our ethnic group is gonna say something that's gonna infer that that's a stupid person. Man, what you said, that was stupid, man. That didn't make no damn sense.
That's true.
But then there's those black people. There I go with black.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. That will just tell you that what you thinking is so wrong, and then and you might be going off the facts of all the research that you've done, because research means I can read what you wrote, but who wrote what you read? Let's go see what that guy said. Let's go see what the guy that got that information. Who was that guy that got the information, and what was his source for getting that information? So now, when I open my mouth, I'm talking off of information like you that I've gathered. And our friend here on the panel who needs to put her name up here because I'm real bad with names, she said it also, that when you go into a white person's organization, they expect you to come out of there understanding completely how to deal with them. But all of their knowledge, like you said, Toothless, is based off of the knowledge that they inherently gathered from us. Because
exactly right.
When they were entrusted to us from the Black King of England as indentured servants to get to the 12, 13 colonies, which wasn't filled with white people, it was all black people that were sent over here to colonize those lands. And the few white indentured servants, when the laws was changed that totally enslaved them, they became slaves to black slave owners.
Well, we wasn't brought over here. We were already here.
No, I'm talking about the pieces, because see that
you said something about the black royal family and the English.
Yeah, the King of England and the queens and the dukes; those are all black people.
Everybody was. Everybody was. Everybody was.
I mean, we're talking about how
but when we failed, when we failed,
right,
they just rewrote the stories.
Yeah,
they rewrote the stories. So it's our knowledge and our language and even the English language. We even gave them that because we had codified it for us. But what they did is, when the ones of us that sold us out, then they codified it for them, and then they took away our ability to speak it because they separated us and they kept us away from each other. How long does it take to destroy a generation? 20 years. So you do 2 generations, 40 years, and it's over.
You didn't learn that word opinion means keep that to yourself. You don't speak.
That's what it is.
You don't speak and then throw that word on. That's brainwashing. When you say, well, in my opinion, well, in your opinion, your butt might be stinking, but did you go home and take care of it? No, you didn't. You hung in there. So your opinion is personal. That's what I'm trying to say when I use that little comment.
She want to ask us a question, and she's going to ask us a question, and people are beginning to leave us, and we want to leave on a good note. So go ahead.
Okay, I want to ask you guys questions as elders. Some people are panicking. Like, I notice younger people, quite a few people believe that in a short amount of time, people gonna be robbing, stealing, rioting for food, hurting each other for food. I don't believe that, and I believe that there has been progress. I mean, I see a lot of the negative, but I know it's progress because it seemed like I keep catching it. At one point, I was all in the negative, caught up with my young woman stuff, and then being in. That's why peer groups, you gotta leave them behind. Like, you know, I'm sorry, but as elders, like, do y'all think it's gonna get better? Like, should these people, and I'm got my hand on my face because I got a pain and then when I get headaches sometimes, so when I
I
touch
think
my
it's
face
going to get worse before it get better, and I think it can't help but get worse. It's getting worse
Mhm.
now, but I think that a lot of people are under a falsehood that times are better than they ever were. But for who? You know, that they're
Ooh,
not. You know,
I know
maybe for
it's
somebody, but no, I think it's going to get worse. But again, pain is going to motivate us to do what we do. It's just like when they shut down the whole world. They knew what they were doing. We didn't know what they were doing. And so if you think that, you've arrived, all you had to do was live in 2020 and 2021. And then they had everybody walking around here looking like bank robbers. You used to couldn't wear a mask in public.
Oh man, not no
Everybody,
black person.
and then and then they want us to believe about, well, we can't talk about that. But be that as it may, it is some weird shit. And we're going to have to understand who we are and know why they want to do what they want to do to us. Once you know something, you don't have to keep speculating and going around and bullshitting and thinking and wondering. If you know it, you know it. Like you know your name is your name. Ain't no need of you trying to figure out what goddamn. What is this? Suppress? Is that how you say your name? Suppress?
Sephra.
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 Sephra. You don't
Where's
have
your
to
name
guess
at,
that Sephra
Sephra?
is your goddamn name. You know Sephra is your name. But now, well, just imagine if you wake up every day wondering, what is my name, Sephra? They keep us in the belief children state, but we got to grow up into the knowing state. And when you know how people got that little cute saying, when you know better, you do better. Salute,
Yeah.
Bumper. I'm glad you're still with us. You know how you hear that? But that's not true. Most people, if they learn a little bit of truth, because truth demands you to be accountable and responsible.
That's
And
that's
most
why I
of us
think
don't
men
want to
don't
be
want to
that.
be accountable for their
That's what it
sexual stuff.
is.
Men don't want to be. I'm sorry,
Not
but
men,
You
my
got
not
me
just
scratching
men.
my head on that one as soon as you said
Not
men
just
don't.
men, it's women too. Because
yes,
see,
Yep.
women
if we
too when
if
they
we
want
go
the
back,
what
if
Angela.
we go back to nature, nature is a matriarchal system.
Mhm.
And if women knew who she was and how powerful she is, then the men would be perfect because they're our sons. They are the male version of us. We created them. They didn't create us. So they're us. Okay? And and this is how they get us. Once they subjugate the woman, which is us, then we turn over our children to pedophiles, to craziness. And we do that where? At the church house. And then we say, the Lord said. We could go on and on and on about this, and people pretend they don't know this. But what about all the little kids that's been molested at the churches? And I'm not just talking about no Catholic church. We know
Yeah.
that happens in our churches.
This
You
in
know,
Mhm.
and
even
and,
in
and
the
why you think the
mhm.
men don't want to be in church? We got more men in church now than ever before, but why do you think men don't want to be in church? Because you won't even listen to him and he run your household, you say. But you'll come home and tell him what the pastor said. And then he want to know, well, goddamn, are you sleeping with the pastor?
Mhm.
Because why would you listen to anybody other than the one that's supposed to protect you? Unless he ain't doing right, and ain't doing shit, then you have a decision to make. But, you have to look at the whole picture. But see, it's a system in place that keeps us divided. And once
I
we
think we're gonna get
understand that
back
it's a
together.
system, yeah, we will, if we start learning who we are
Mhm.
and we start understanding the power that we need each other. If anybody would go and read the same book that they say they believe in, and it's called the
Oh,
Bible.
I hope I didn't scare him away. I didn't mean
Oh, you did.
to
You didn't scare them away. But
okay,
if
okay.
we read that book and go to Proverbs and go to Proverbs 31 and go to Proverbs 31 and 10, and it talks about the virtuous woman, and it tells you the plan of the family. And the husband, what he does is sit in the courtyard with his friends. Now that doesn't mean he ain't shit and he a bum. No, he's there to protect his family and the territory. And anything that come toward them, he gonna make sure their ass fall down. How do you know that? Look at the Lion Kingdom. So you have to look at families of animals, because some animals are singular animals. You know, like the tigers. They're not family oriented. But the lions, the elephants, you know, you look at that dynamic. That's nature. And everything they've taught us and done to us. And you're right, Allison, about the public school system. I got a little video on that. The education system of 1902, Frederick T. Gates and J.D. Rockefeller. And they said that they were going to teach us to be happy right where we are. They're not going to look for any of us to be anything. But we defy nature because of who we are as a people. You know, we are brilliant. But we don't know that because we've had to suppress it. And we've had to mostly fight each other, our own families. We ain't got to worry about fighting no strangers. It's our own families. And we don't always have the support that we need. And I don't know that dynamic. So they gave us the story of Cain and Abel. You know, so, I mean, if you just start really learning truth, and then you got to be open, because I used to be really, y'all, one tunnel. And if you'd have met me 10 years ago, I'd have probably cussed anybody out that was telling me this shit.
Your eyes, your face, you look like Grandma Brown. You look like Naomi Sanders. You look like the the bubble. Like you look like my grandma, and you said the same
I
thing
look like
as
my
them.
mama and my daddy
So I'm
too.
like,
So we
you
could
have
be,
to be
you
my
know.
friend. Like,
Yeah. I mean, it's
like this,
beautiful.
the
Thank
big
you. I'm glad
mamas.
it's somebody that you love that I look like, you
When I
know.
saw you on Tommy Show, I was like, that's Grandma Brown. And I didn't even realize I said that. So I know people was looking at me crazy, but my father is a reggae musician. And I was getting ready to talk. I was on my way to that comedy show that Kwame was having. And Angela, I had 2 tickets. And I could not travel by myself for a certain amount of time. And when
Mm-hmm.
you go on with other people, it's when they realize what you're gonna do, sometimes they acting weird. And
Mm-hmm.
my auntie told me, like, that ain't normal for the average person for you to do all of that stuff, so they gonna act funny around you. But I had to wake up to that, people acting strange. So anyway, they made me not go or late and just make me in the positions to be embarrassed. And my
Mm-hmm.
pop said, don't get caught in nothing that look like love and hip hop, or don't get caught on camera doing nothing bad. And some girl pushed me, just some weird like that. And stuff will
Mm-hmm.
happen around you that you don't have nothing to do with, you know.
Exactly.
So you got to know you look strange. I don't know. At one point, it's like, you don't know until you know.
That's it. But
So,
you have to seek, and then, like you say, you got to pay
mhm.
attention. You know, you have to do
Yes.
all of that. But
Mhm.
I have truly enjoyed this evening, and boy, we've been on here for 4 hours and 32
I
minutes.
know, but
You
when I
haven't, but I
get
have,
a chance
and
to say it, I get a chance to say it because, like, I get told, like, don't say that, don't say that. Like, there's things, don't. I'm like, people want to know about that. Why I can't talk about that?
no, I think that you should, because I really like, and then I don't like your
I
struggle,
want to
but
talk
I
about
like
the
the
black.
fact that you share your struggle, because we all have struggles. And see, I'm a transparent person, and so I don't mind sharing, my struggles. People can take it and use it and do with it whatever they want, because what people think of me is none of my business. But if my story can help somebody, then by all means. And you never know that
You want it
because
to be
you don't
seen.
know
I want
what
it to
people go
be
through.
seen. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we don't, people love to say we don't know each other. Well, you do get relationships with people, and you don't ever have to see them in life. You can really have a real relationship. You can have a whole marriage with a person and don't even see them. They locked up
Sound
in
like
prison,
old
that and a soldier, anybody. You can do that because it's the human tie and the mental emotion. They call it mind effing.
I
You can
believe
do
in
that. You can
I
you
believe
can
in past
saturate
lives
it.
and I believe in past lives and Akashic records. Like I'm
Yeah.
attracted to areas with energetic force and just I can tell who's who, so that's where sometimes when people be trying to get psychic readings, I guess, or
Hmm.
tarot readings, stuff like that, like I could sense it. So I'm like, okay, they about to do that person like they do me, like something about to happen. But I've learned the terms of spiritually invasive, like don't just go and say what don't do that. Even if it's
Hmm.
true, folks will look at you like they get scared. Like my parents, they went crazy. Like if I have a vision and it come true, then they trying to lock me up. Like, no, they're gonna come and get you. And I'm like, what?
Yeah. You know what? We don't understand. We don't understand any of that because of the way, again, we were trained. So, a lot of gifts. And I don't
Like my
necessarily,
mom took
and
my
I know that they
keys and
say the
said the
spirits.
KKK was coming to get me outside. I like to be outside. I don't live with them no more, but I was outside in my car. They didn't
Hmm.
want me to spend the night out the side, and she just took it from me. And I'm like, you just made me go in the house. So it's hard for me to explain that to regular adults outside of it's hard for me to explain that to my peer group.
Hmm.
Like when you just gotta disappear or you have to report, it's hard. But then I looked at culture too, and I realized that a big portion of my family got more in common of the Middle East people than they do Black Americans. You see what I'm
Hmm.
saying? So a lot of people woke up and was like, hold on, like what's going on here? This is, you have an identity crisis
Hmm.
sometimes. So but I think we've been talking. I'm just happy to get that opportunity. So even though I didn't make it to the comedy show, even though I didn't get to paint the faces and pass out the water, but I like festivals and just things that's non structured, just off grid.
Yeah.
And
Not structured and
senses.
non-confrontational.
You said something about senses earlier. I don't want to forget because I be having a lot of things like going on. You said something about census earlier. I know that has something to do with the amount of people. And I'm wondering, do people know right here in the United States, there's like billions of people that's not operating, that's operating, like my dad was a Rasta. They used to say he was homeless. They may have a house, they may not have a house. They may live in their car, but they may be homeless or they off grid.
Yeah, they're not
They
accounted
may
for.
not be homeless, but they live their life off
They're
out the
not
system.
accounted for. Hmm.
Yes, there's a lot of people like that. And I'm wondering, like, because I used to be told we got people over here and over here. And I used to wonder, why don't regular Black people have people all over those places too? But I'm wondering, if they just not on the sense, like, I'm just wondering if people are aware of that.
Yeah, well, one of the things to see, because we're indigenous here and we
Mm-hmm.
don't really move away, they have us thinking they brought us here, but we were already here. See, we were there way back when, and we crossed the river and came here. So,
Cause I'll run
this is
into people in the middle of the
this is
night
who
that
we
I'll
are.
be like, "What you doing here?" Just like you don't think nobody gonna be there, and they doing the same thing you doing there. Like in the middle of the night, they'd be like, "Hold on, you going over there to sleep? What you doing here?"
Yeah, a lot of
And
us,
I'm
we're not we're
thinking
not
like
we're not gonna do that.
camping.
We're more structured because
Mm,
we were trained. We're not free to be who we want to be. We say we are, but we're not. We're controlled, and we
mm,
live in a controlled way, and we think that that's the best way and that's the great way. The way is however you do it. You know, as
And I
long as you're
don't
not
like
harming
nobody
anybody.
telling me what to do, and like, and being submissive. And that's the thing when I hear about the gender stuff. I was that you gotta bow down. Men is the boss. So
Yeah, that's a system. Yeah,
yeah, so it's
that's the
like when I
system to
hear
throw us
about,
off of who we are.
yeah, I
That's
heard
all that
Kwame
is.
say that Megan the Stallion can have his sex as much women, and I'm tripping on my words because I'm like, whenever I start talking about that, my peer group start coming to me, and I'm like, it's.
But I normally don't too much talk about really anything that
But
he
anyway,
says.
he said that she can have sex to as many people as she want, and nobody will say nothing about it, and if a man if she can do it, nobody say nothing, it's okay. But if a man do it,
That's conditioning. That's conditioning. That's training. That makes no sense. That's just some shit
because
to
when
say.
I see that, like, the
Salute,
women
Papa
get
Will.
treated, and everybody things are different, but that happened to me. Like, I was a teenager. I have a 22-year-old son and a 20-year-old, and they're like, they grown men. So a lot of times I be trying to chill, do my music, and they be all serious trying to tell me what to do.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't get treated good. My life changed, and I didn't.
Okay, what happened?
Am I there?
Uh-huh. Yeah, finish your thought.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead, finish your thought.
Oh, I can't hear you.
Okay, maybe you're on mute. See if you muted yourself. And if not, maybe it's time for you to say good night. Well, I thank you. I have 12 people in here still. I've been here 4.5 hours, so I'm going to get ready to go. I greatly appreciate you all for staying with me, listening to us. We learned a lot from former Nancy. And chat, you have been fantastic. Please, if you didn't hit the like button, please hit the like button. Share this video if you would. And leave a comment. Go to the comment section, because when you make comments inside, it's not on the outside. But that helps us to be shared on YouTube. And that's what we want to do, is be shared. So I greatly appreciate everybody, and thank you for spending this time with me. I'm going to get ready to say good night. Stay there, but I'm going to say good night to the panel. I was going to show my merchandise. I'll do that next time, because we've been here too long and you guys have honored me with your time. I don't want to take advantage of that. So I'm going to just play my outro and say that it has been beautiful. Everybody have a great evening, a great morning, wherever you are. And I greatly appreciate you. And I'm going to say I'm leaving the Tiger's Den.
This video was made for education and entertainment purposes only. There's no malice or ill intent from the content creator. So please like, share, and subscribe, and have a great evening.